83. Sortie, there was not much time to prepare and make plans, since the abominations were going to reach low 49 in mere minutes. The shrill alarms blasted throughout the facility, and powereal spotlights ignited on its walls, flooding the snow-covered plain with light. Civilians rushed to shelters, while soldiers ran to man the defensive fortifications. Sonny and his cohort followed, summoning their memories as they calmly prepared for battle. As they walked through bitter cold, he spoke. "After we deal with the nightmare creatures, everyone is to remain awake until we board the ship. You know the drill. We won't be sleeping for a week at least, maybe 2. Get the stimulants from Quentin and keep each other in check." The devils grumbled. They had already completed a few long missions in areas where sleep was deadly. A week was unpleasant but doable. 2 weeks, however, was going to be a hellish challenge. "I just hope that Ariadne arrives on time." It was not like they had any acceptable choice other than sit and wait. At that moment, someone called out to Sonny. "Hey, you, Master Sunless or whatever, what is going on?" He looked to the side and saw Bate, Professor Obel's assistant, shivering in the cold in her civilian clothes and flimsy lab coat. The young woman's hair was gathered in a bun like always, but a few stubborn locks had wrestled free and were now dancing in the wind. Her pale face wore an irritated scowl, but he could see fear and alarm hiding behind that temperamental mask. In the past week, Sonny had spent most of his time with or near the scientists. When he was away, one of his shadows usually kept watch. He had spoken with the old man a lot, learning all kinds of things about the tumultuous times of the first generation, the world before that, and the scientific understanding, or rather, the lack of it, of the nightmare spell. So he had come to know Bate rather well too. That was why he knew for a fact that she was pretending to barely remember his name on purpose. Gods, she is even more petty than I am, as the bleak steel of the undying chain appeared from nothingness and embraced his body. Sonny looked at the young woman and smiled. "What do you think is going on? There's a big gate and a lot of nasty nightmare creatures coming this way. We'll go deal with them real quick. You head back, gather the scientist, and lock yourselves in the safe room." "All right." She lingered for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah, all right." With that, Bate turned around and ran back into the door of the research center. Sonny shook his head and continued forward. Soon, they reached the top of the northern wall and observed the vast expanse of the coastal plain. None of the abominations had reached the facility yet, but it was just a matter of time. As turret towers whined, ramping up their engines, Samara placed her rifle on the lip of the wall and looked through its scope. Vern, who was now clad in polished plate armor, holding a shield and a short sword in his hands, looked at Sonny. "What do you think?" Sonny remained silent for a moment. His shadows were still following the swarm of nightmare creatures, so he was studying them. He had been honest, of course, when he said that they were lucky. As far as Category 3 gates went, this one was surprisingly weak. He was even confused by the fact that it affected the strength of the call so much. The power of the wave of abominations brought by it was incomparable to the stone hive, for example. Back then, the irregulars had to face a whole score of corrupted creatures. This time, there were only 2, and the strongest of them was merely a demon. Of course, the word merely could hardly be applied to a corrupted demon, but still. Finally, Sonny spoke. "It is not a big deal. I will deal with the gate guardian and you deal with the other corrupted. Awakened Kim will support you. Can you handle it?" Asking an average awakened to fight a fallen abomination was not an easy request. However, asking an average master to face a corrupted one was less so, because all masters were elites by definition. There was a fundamental distinction between awakened and ascended, since most of the former had no choice in what they had become, but the latter could only be what they were by choice. So, Sonny was reasonably sure that Vern would survive a battle against a corrupted scavenger. The local master hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I'll handle it," Sonny grinned. "That's the spirit." With that, he stepped forward and leaped off the wall into the cold darkness below. The soldiers of the garrison seemed startled by his sudden jump, but the devils remained nonchalant. They were long accustomed to their captain's bizarre actions. Landing on the snow, Sonny considered the situation for a moment. He was thinking whether he should summon Saint. Eventually, he decided against it for now. Her help would only be needed if the enemy turned out to be more dangerous than he had judged. Sonny did, however, summon the Sin of Solace. As his hand took hold of the onyx hilt of the beautiful longsword, ghostly whispers assaulted his mind. It was already strained by the insidious and exhausting pull of the call, so the additional burden seemed even heavier. Sonny winced and shook his head, chasing them away. So annoying. The Sin of Solace scratched at his sanity, its murmurs slowly growing clearer, louder, more insistent. At that moment, Samara's rifle discharged, and the sound of a magical slug breaking the sound barrier boomed from somewhere above. A moment later, the turrets came to life, sending a hail of tungsten rounds into the swarm of approaching abominations. Grinning, Sonny sent essence flowing into his muscles and chased after the bullets. Chapter 884. Sinister blade. 4 shadows flew across the snow, following the swarm of nightmare creatures. As a shining slug flashed through the darkness, gruesomely tearing apart one of the monsters, they surged forward and fused with a lonely figure that was running to meet the charging abominations. In the next moment, several streams of tracer rounds swept across the first row of the swarm, sending pieces of bone armor and chunks of flesh flying into the cold air. Sonny wrapped one of his shadows around his body, one around his armor, and one around his blade. The last slid past and flew back to the tall wall of the low 49 installation. Its task was to find Professor Obel and stand watch, should something unexpected happen in the civilian shelter. Sadly, the turrets had not been as effective as Sonny had hoped. Several abominations were slowed down or wounded, but most of the bullets bounced off their tough hides ineffectively. The defense systems of the fortress continued to rain hellfire on the nightmare creatures, though, tearing the silent night apart with bright muzzle flashes and the thundering staccato of the fusillade. Long plumes of fire bloomed from the thick barrels of the turrets like the breath of a dragon. "I need to be careful not to be shot in the back." Lunging forward, Sonny clashed with the vanguard of the approaching swarm. He did not really have time to engage with the mass of grotesque scavengers, especially because each of them possessed unique shape and abilities. Even with Sonny's power, there was a risk of drowning in the tide of abominations simply for the lack of understanding of them. Still, he could slow them down a little bit at least. The jade blade of the Sin of Solace drew a line across an awakened monster's body, seamlessly parting it in two. Sonny was still amazed by the power of the beautiful, cursed sword. It felt so light in his hands that it almost seemed as though they were empty, and cut through the bodies of his enemies so easily as if not meeting any resistance at all. It felt like he was cutting water with a blade made of air. Despite its length, the jade giant was incredibly nimble and swift. It almost demanded to be used, to dance gracefully through the air while shedding rivers of blood. For that reason, Sonny had to adjust his technique a little. The Sin of Solace was comparable to the Odachi he had grown accustomed to in terms of sheer size, but it was much lighter. It had a double-edged blade, too, and a sharp point that was perfectly suited for lethal thrusts. Although the foundational mechanics of using the two-handed giant were the same, it was better suited for a more agile, swift, unpredictable, and devious swordplay. Luckily, Sonny was proficient in using all kinds of weapons and battle styles, weaving them together to achieve the optimal outcome. Not that he needed a lot of technical skill to slaughter these pathetic abominations. For these waifs, pure speed was enough. Severing the first creature in half, he shifted his weight slightly, made a step to the side, and easily beheaded another. This one was a fallen, so its flesh presented more resistance to the jade blade of the Sin of Solace. However, it was still eerily easy to cut it down. Black blood rained on the white snow. By the time Sonny finished off the two stragglers that had broken away from the swarm, the mass of abominations already reached him. Instead of clashing with countless nightmare creatures, he simply dissolved into shadows and appeared 24 meters away in the midst of them. The Sin of Solace whistled through the air, reaping another life. Then he was gone again. Just like that, jumping from one abomination to another, Sonny soon reached the heart of the scavenger mob, where the gate guardian towered above the lesser creatures. The corrupted demon was different from the rest of them. It was taller, stronger, and seemed much more ancient. Most importantly, it filled Sonny with a cold feeling of dread. His intuition was ringing alarm, screaming at him that this foe was strong, dangerous, perilous, deadly. The creature resembled a giant with a body that was covered by pale, strangely organic bone-like armor. It was littered with deep scars and signs of corrosion, but seemed almost impossible to break. On the demon's face, or rather instead of its face, a single bone protrusion extended forward like a vicious horn. Sonny hesitated for a split second. "You're an ugly one, huh?" Then there was no time to think. The demon noticed him almost before Sonny had appeared from the shadows and brought his devastating fists down, aiming to crush the enemy into a puddle of blood. Sonny silently cursed and jumped back. The gate guardian struck nothing but the cold ground, splitting it open and causing a small earthquake with this single blow. A powerful shockwave spread from the point of impact, throwing several nightmare creatures down. If a mundane human had happened to be nearby, just this shockwave alone would have been enough to rupture their organs, killing them on the spot. Sonny, fortunately, was not mundane. His armor and ascended body absorbed the shock, and all he felt was a little rattle. The localized earthquake, nevertheless, was violent enough to throw him to the ground. Not good. Usually, in a battle against something so powerful, losing his footing would have meant death. A corrupted demon was fast enough to unleash a finishing blow long before the enemy managed to get back up and regain their mobility. In this case, however, no attack followed. The shadows in the place where the creature's fists landed suddenly surged forward and wrapped themselves around its wrists like black shackles. The gate guardian tried to straighten and unleash another blow, but was pulled back down by the shadow bindings. It let out a rambling growl that rolled across the battlefield like an ill omen and strained its mighty muscles. A moment later, the dark shackles exploded into a myriad of shards, and it was free again. That moment was all Sonny had needed, though. Chapter 885. Myriad Eater. Using the short window of opportunity, Sonny jumped back to his feet, dashed forward, and thrust his jade sword into a small crack between two plates of armor that covered the giant's knee joint. The thin blade of the Sin of Solace easily slid into it and bit into the demon's flesh, drawing a few drops of putrid black blood. That was all he had time to do before leaping back. The shallow wound Sonny had delivered was by no means mortal or even seriously debilitating, but it didn't need to be. The plague of the sinister whisper had already been passed to the gate guardian by the swift jade blade. "Let's see how strong your mind is, bastard." Even diminished by the potent mental barrier of the undying chain, the eerie whispers of the Sin of Solace were constantly assaulting his own sanity. Of course, it was strange to think of any nightmare creature as sane. They were all mad to begin with, after all. But Sonny had high hopes. A demon was a demon no matter how wicked. It was still a sentient being. That sentience, which made these creatures so dangerous, could also be destroyed. The gate guardian finally unleashed another attack, this one so fast that Sonny barely had time to react. With no other choice, He gritted his teeth and blocked it with the blade of the Sin of Solace. Another shockwave exploded outward, and he was thrown back like a cannonball. Crap! Sonny flew back, smashing into several nightmare creatures on his way. Several devastating impacts rattled his entire body, and bits of broken flesh flew into the air. Landing dozens of meters away from the gate guardian, he collided against the ground, bounced, and then rolled for a bit, leaving a deep groove in the snow. Throughout all of it, there was a vicious smile on his lips, however. That was because he had managed to deliver a cut to the wrist of the demon just before his block crumbled. The giant was already near, so Sonny rose without wasting any time and dashed forward to meet him. For a short stretch of time, which nevertheless felt like an eternity, he danced around the corrupted abomination. Diving through the shadows and using shadow manifestation, Sonny was able to just barely stay ahead of the terrifying creature by a split second. Several more shallow wounds appeared on the giant's body, drops of blood rolling down its bone armor. At first, the demon did not seem to be affected at all. Then, however, first, his movement slowed down a little, becoming slightly erratic. Then his body grew tense. The creature twitched and suddenly struck itself in the head as if trying to shake off a dizzy spell. The more wounds accumulated on the giant's body, the louder the whispers of the sinister blade grew. Eventually, the demon froze in an awkward pose, its arms hanging limp and its neck twisted at a strange angle. It remained motionless for a few long, tense seconds. Then, a chilling roar escaped from its maw, making the world shake. What the? As the gate guardian's sanity. Insanity, or whatever it was that guided its perverse sentience, collapsed. An endless sea of bloodlust and frenzy seemed to overwhelm the abomination. Letting out a bestial growl, it moved again and lunged at Sonny like a mountain of muscle, bone, and murderous rage. Sonny stared at that frightening sight for a short moment, then calmly stepped through shadows and appeared 20 or so meters behind the crazed horror. His disappearance did not seem to affect the demon much. Maybe the broken abomination did not even notice it, consumed by rabid long arms forward, grabbed the nearest nightmare creature and brutally ripped it apart. Then, not satisfied by the ghastly sight of the ruptured corpse, it howled and dove into the surrounding swarm, crushing and tearing bodies to shreds. Just in a few seconds, the crazed demon killed more nightmare creatures than Sonny had on his way to meet it. Damn! Looking at the rampaging gate guardian, Sonny couldn't help but shudder. Sin of Solace was truly a frightening weapon. Did it only seem so, or had the whispers of the jade blade grew a little clearer? He really felt like he could learn to understand them, if he just listened a little bit closer, a little bit longer. Yes, surely he would. The rest of the battle did not take long. Verns awakened and the devils fought the swarm of scavengers at the front, while the frenzied demon decimated its center. Many nightmare creatures tried to attack the gate guardian to save their lives, but all of them failed. Sonny did not, however. Felling a mindless enemy was infinitely easier than a cunning one, and the maddened giant seemed to have lost all its ability to think straight. Being consumed by the curse of the sinister whisper, it had turned into a rabid beast. Sonny used that to his advantage, pulling the attention of the corrupted demon toward other abominations while he methodically worked on dismantling its armor. The trick was to remain out of sight and only attack the giant from the back. Of course, navigating through the swarm of abominations without being cornered was not an easy task, but the havoc consuming the battlefield was so thorough that Sonny had even less trouble with that task than usual. Eventually, he bled the gate guardian, diminished its power with dozens of cuts, and finally pierced its black, wildly contorting heart. A few moments later, the voice of the spell reached his ears through the clamor of battle. You have slain a corrupted demon, Myriad Eater. Your shadow grows stronger. The giant's corpse crashed to the ground, making it tremble. Sonny stared at it for a moment, surprised. A corrupted demon. Suddenly, he remembered his first moments on the forgotten shore, and the monstrous shark that had almost scared him to death. It was a corrupted creature, too, either a demon or a devil, considering the two soul shards that the carapace centurions later harvested from the half of the carcass that a much more harrowing being had left behind. Who could have thought that, one day, he would be killing abominations comparable to that fearsome monstrosity? Shaking his head, Sonny brandished the sin of solace and looked around. It was time to clean up the rest of the mess. Chapter 886. Clean up. Although awakened were still fighting the remnants of the scavenger swarm, the battle was more or less over. The gate guardian was dead, and Vern had handled the other corrupted abomination with Kim's support. Belle, Dorn, and Samara had hunted down the most dangerous fallen, while the local garrison eradicated the rest. By now, only the weakest nightmare creatures remained. They were still deadly, of course, but the scavengers did not seem too dangerous unless they were old and had devoured a lot of powerful enemies. The lesser ones even succumbed to their bestial instincts and got distracted from the fight, forgetting everything to sink teeth into the flesh of the slain members of their own kind. For them, any world was a dog-eat-dog world. Sonny prowled the battlefield for a while, searching for fallen abominations in hopes of earning a shadow fragment or two. Sadly, it seemed that there were none left. The rest of the defenders of Low 49 were quite thorough. Eventually, he gave up and joined the soldiers of the garrison in cleaning up the remaining enemies. What followed was a swift but tedious chore. They quickly swept the field where the ground was drenched by blood and littered with the revolting corpses, slaughtering the last of the scavengers. At some point, Sonny found himself back near the corpse of the corrupted demon he had defeated. Since there was nothing much left for him to do, he decided to dig out the soul shards from the massive carcass. With these, both Luster and Kim would probably be able to fully saturate their cores, thus bringing the cohort to its optimal strength. The other members had long achieved full saturation, leaving only these two. Still, even they were awfully close. Heading for the dead giant with greed shining in his eyes, Sonny accidentally heard the subdued voices of the awakened from the local garrison. Gods, look at that monstrosity. Damn, I heard rumors, of course, but to see it with my own eyes. He really went a corrupted demon it alone. Yeah, it was scary. I couldn't see much, but their battle must have been a fierce one. 1/3 of the whole swarm was destroyed simply because the bastards got caught in the crossfire. Can you believe that? I guess they call him Devil for a reason. Hiding a small smile, Sonny stepped close to the carcass of the Myriad eater and raised the sin of solace, planning to cut through the tough bone plate on its chest. Then, however, he tilted his head a little. There were strange sounds coming from the other side of the dead giant. Nyam nyam, crunch, nom nom, slurp. Frowning, he noiselessly jumped on top of the massive corpse and looked down. There, a tiny scavenger was greedily biting into the tough flesh of the dead demon. The pathetic creature looked like a gaunt, starved gremlin that was only as tall as Sonny's knee. It had a mouth full of sharp triangular teeth, though, which were doing a surprisingly good job of tearing into the corrupted corpse. I guess even nightmare creatures have runts. As Sonny watched, the little imp tore a piece of bloody meat off with its teeth, raised its head, and swallowed the chunk of its former master's flesh with an excited snarl. It was then that the vermin noticed the human looking at him from above. Perhaps because of the omen of dread enchantment of the sin of solace, or perhaps because the adolescent abomination had enough brain to feel terror in front of a superior predator, its eyes widened in fear. The tiny scavenger froze for a moment. Then it shrieked and dashed away from the carcass of the Myriad eater, trying to run away. Sonny blinked. Well, that's a first. Since he didn't want to waste essence on shadow manifestation, he simply summoned the prowling thorn. By the time the heavy kunai manifested itself into his hand, the vile critter was already far away. Not bothered too much, Sonny aimed and sent the kunai flying. The scavenger was a split second away from dying, but at the last moment it tripped and pathetically tumbled down. As a result, the blade of the kunai only sliced 2 fingers off its hand. Sonny scowled and pulled on the invisible string, summoning the prowling thorn back to throw it again. This time, he wasn't going to miss. Suppressing the whispers of the sin of solace and the oppressive pull of the call, he banished every other thought away and concentrated solely on the tiny figure of the fleeing imp. It was then that someone said, in a tone of cold disdain, "Fool." Sonny flinched and looked around. Who said that? Although the familiar voice sounded as if it came from somewhere very close by, there was no one else around. Come to think of it, Sonny knew that voice very well. It was his own voice. Confused, he scratched the back of his head with the tip of the prowling thorn. Was that an intrusive thought? Because of the sudden distraction, the wounded scavenger was getting farther and farther away. More importantly, though, Sonny's concentration was broken. All the information he had been ignoring to make a good throw flooded into his mind. His eyes widened. "Professor!" Sonny flinched and turned around, staring in the direction of the research installation. There, deep below one of the science buildings, around 100 civilians were locked in a heavily reinforced shelter, nervously waiting for the soldiers of the garrison to announce that it was safe to come out. Professor Obel and his assistant Bate were among them. There was also another person in the shelter, someone who had been quietly sitting in a dark corner, dozing off, until a few seconds ago. No. Sonny jumped off the demon's corpse and dove into the shadows, stepping through them to appear in the shelter. However, he knew that he wouldn't be able to appear there in time. A few moments was more than enough for the worst to happen. So, he made a swift decision. In the short moment that it took him to complete the shadow step, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his very being. Chapter 887, Lapse of Judgment. It only took Sonny a split second to understand what had happened. One of the scientists locked in the shelter had fallen asleep. In their sleep, that person had been pulled into the first nightmare and died. Perhaps the trial of the spell was especially harsh, or perhaps the scientist was especially weak. Perhaps luck was simply not on their side. In the end, it did not matter. What mattered was that the seed of nightmare in their soul bloomed, and a deadly abomination was unleashed into the waking world. Crimson blood on the white lab coat, a grotesque figure that resembled a ghastly amalgamation of a human and a monstrous mannequin made of flesh. Screams of fear, eyes full of shock. Even though the nightmare creature had just been born, it already unleashed its murderous madness on the defenseless civilians in the shelter. Everyone was late to react, the automated defense systems, the sentries posted in the bunker, even Sonny himself. Although he was already diving into the shadows, he knew that the short moment it would take him to travel the vast distance between the blood-soaked battlefield and the shelter could mean the difference between life and death for Professor Obel. Summoning Saint was a fast affair, but it, too, took a second or two to complete. So he went for a measure that would be immediate. Using shadow manifestation, he commanded the shadow that had been observing the old scientist to assume a tangible form and resist the frenzied nightmare creature. Almost instantly, a sharp pain pierced his very being. The shadow sustained damage, which meant that his soul did too. No matter how many times Sonny had endured soul attacks, the sheer agony of them was still a shock. A single heartbeat later, he rolled out of the shadows nestling in the corners of the underground shelter and looked around, trying to evaluate the situation through the pain. It had been only several seconds since the unfortunate scientist turned into a grotesque abomination. Still, several people that had been close to the transformed monstrosity were already dead. Their severed limbs littered the floor, which was slick with blood. The creature itself was lunging at a group of terrified civilians, among whom were the dazed professor and Bait. The young woman was trying to shield the old man with her body, which was useless, considering that the creature would not be slowed down at all by her fragile mundane flesh. Screams of horror filled the air. However, the abomination seemed to be stuck in place. That was because an arrogant shadow was standing between the monstrosity and the scientist, pushing it back with a hand. Its other hand was wrapped around a bone scythe that had pierced the shadow's side, preventing it from cutting deeper. Unlike Sonny himself, the shadow did not show any sign of being in pain. Well, of course. The haughty bastard was utterly above breaking decorum because of a small and inconsequential thing like being skewered by a nightmare creature's blade. More than that, it would never stoop so low as to show weakness or discomfort in front of its lessers, which was everyone. Everyone in Two Worlds was, naturally, its lesser. That guy. Right then, the haughty shadow raised one leg and kicked the abomination in the abdomen, sending it stumbling back. Then it disappeared, turning back into a black silhouette on the floor. Its job was already done. Jumping over a body of one of the killed scientists, Sonny flashed through the underground shelter and attacked the nightmare creature before it could regain its balance. The sin of solace passed through the abomination without meeting almost any resistance, and then the grisly mutant silently fell to the ground. It was only then that the sentries managed to raise their rifles, and the turrets mounted on the ceiling came to life, swinging in the direction of the dismantled abomination. Sonny had been faster than all of them. You have slain an awakened monster, Bone Slayer. But still, standing above the dead creature, Sonny scowled, a dark expression appearing on his face. He had missed it. He had been distracted and lost awareness of what was happening around him. That was not like Sonny. How did this happen? He had been keeping an eye on the professor even while fighting the Myriad Eater, but then, at some point, his attention was drawn elsewhere. Was it because of the call? Was it because of the sin of solace? Or simply because of the accumulated exhaustion of having to fight intense battles one after another? A combination of all these reasons. In any case, Sonny was not happy with himself. The pain lingering in his wounded soul served as a reminder of his failure. He had killed a corrupted demon and won the battle, but almost failed his mission. Countless people had almost died. With a grim sigh, Sonny dismissed the jade sword and the helmet of the undying chain, revealing his pale face and hair, which was damp with sweat. Then he looked around one more time, counting the dead and observing the fearful expressions of those who survived. 6 victims in just a few seconds. It could have been much, much worse. Despite this conclusion, he couldn't help but be appalled by the gruesome sight of the severed corpses laying on the floor. It was rotten luck for an awakened monster to appear as a result of a failed first nightmare. "Master Sunless, you're here," one of the soldiers called out to him, still aiming at the unmoving abomination. Sonny exhaled slowly, then looked at Professor Obel, making sure that he was okay. Bait was still shielding him, slow to realize that the threat had been dealt with. "Yeah, you can lower your rifles, it's dead." He lingered for a moment, and then addressed the terrified crowd of civilians. "Someone failed their first nightmare, but it is over now. The battle upstairs is over too. We won. You should all be safe now. For now." Of course, he did not say that last part aloud. Instead, Sonny stared at the bodies once again and gritted his teeth. This was the first time when a victory felt so bitter. In fact, despite having killed one of his most powerful foes yet, Sonny did not feel like he had won anything at all. Things were getting worse and worse with each day. A week. 2 weeks. How many more people would die before the Ariadne arrived to take them all away? Standing in a puddle of blood with hundreds of frightened civilians looking at him with gratitude and relief, Sonny had no answer. Chapter 888. Vanishing. After cleaning up the unexpected gate, things settled down within the walls of Low 49. For the next few days, Sonny and his soldiers did not have a lot to do. They just had to rest, remain vigilant, and above all else, stay awake. That task turned out surprisingly hard for Sonny. As an Ascended, he should have had no problem with keeping himself from falling asleep for a couple of weeks. However, because of the damage his souls had sustained, he felt weak and strangely lethargic. Minutes and hours passed with an excruciating slowness, but his mental exhaustion did not seem to diminish with the passage of time. Instead, it only grew, aggravated by the insidious pressure of the call. Of course, soul wounds were not permanent. They healed naturally over time, and that one in particular was not even the worst one Sonny had ever received. The haughty shadow, too, was on its way to full recovery. The other shadows fussed around it a lot, but the arrogant guy pretended to not care. Secretly, though, he seemed to be enjoying all the attention. Don't sleep, don't sleep, don't sleep. On top of the wall overseeing the dark ocean, Sonny pressed his forehead against the lip of the wall and then lightly struck his head against it several times. Ah, how annoying! There was nothing useful for him to do in the research facility, which only aggravated the dangerous feeling of boredom. They were disconnected from the network, which meant that he could not access any entertainment or receive messages from Rain. They could not travel to the dream realm, making the tiresome isolation complete. Of course, he could immerse himself in all kinds of interesting endeavors. Sonny could continue his experiments with weaving or hold an engaging conversation with Professor Obel. He could go and check how much Luster and Kim had improved after saturating their cores. But all of that demanded mental strain, which would only make him more tired. That damned ship couldn't arrive any sooner. As he was resentfully contemplating the situation, a lone figure ascended the wall and approached him. It was Bate, who seemed to be searching for Sonny for some reason. She was a long parka on top of the usual lab coat. He looked at her bleakly and asked, "What?" She glowered. "What do you mean, what? Can't I look at the ocean, too?" Sonny stared at her for a moment, then turned away. "Be my guest." The young woman remained silent for a while. After a minute or two passed in silence, she said awkwardly, "Anyway, about what happened that time. I guess you are not completely useless for a master." Sonny smiled with a corner of his mouth. "Is this your way of saying thank you?" Bate looked down, but then answered with unexpected sincerity. "Yes, I mean, thank you from me and all the other scientists. If it wasn't for you, Professor might have." He studied the black waves silently. "Don't thank me. If I did my job well, that wouldn't have happened in the first place. I was negligent." The young woman suddenly scoffed, ruining the somber mood. "Gosh, how cool. You are very full of yourself, aren't you, Master Sunless?" Sonny simply grinned. "Naturally, who else am I going to be full of?" Bates sighed. "Still, you are a human, too. Awakened often seem to forget that fact, so don't be too hard on yourself. Just keep the professor alive. That is enough." He nodded. "That's the plan." With that, she lingered for a few moments and then left him alone. Sonny stared into the distance, imagining the formidable silhouette of the battleship appearing on the horizon. "When I get out of this place, I'm going to sleep for a week straight." "Arg, no, don't think about sleep. Sleep. Sleep." He grimaced, then slapped himself and turned around. It was time to go and find himself a cup of strong, bitter coffee. The next morning, which was no different from the evening, a familiar figure approached the Rhino. Sonny, who was sitting on its roof and fiddling with a stimulator patch, looked down and raised his eyebrow. "Vern, did something happen?" The tall Ascended looked up and remained silent for a few moments. There were dark circles under his calm, weary eyes. "Yes, something happened." Sonny frowned, suddenly feeling uneasy. "Well, what is it?" Vern sighed. "One of my soldiers is missing." The missing soldier had disappeared from the living quarters in the middle of the night. The man's absence was noticed in the morning when he failed to assume his post. He was one of the 100 awakened of the local garrison, an experienced warrior who had been on track to becoming an officer. Tardiness was not in his nature. As Sonny and Vern walked toward the building where the soldier had resided, There was a tense atmosphere around them. Sonny was asking the obvious questions. Have you searched the facility? The other master nodded. Yes, every area that he could have access to. There is no sign of him anywhere. Sonny frowned. People did not just vanish into thin air. Well, usually they didn't, especially with no one noticing. What about security cameras? Did they record anything? Vern gritted his teeth, then shook his head. Most of the observation system went down during the blizzard. What little remains is almost useless because of the interference from the scavenger gate. There are no recordings that we can use. They arrived at the barracks and proceeded to the missing soldier's personal room, in front of which a few awakened were already crowding with worried expressions on their faces. Walking inside, Sonny felt his unease growing stronger. That was because there was nothing. Nothing in the small room said that something had happened there. There were no signs of a struggle, no drops of blood, no unusual smells lingering in the air. Even with his special eyes and unnatural intuition, he could not notice anything out of the ordinary. Still, Sonny made a point of studying every small detail, both with his vision and shadow sense. He sent his shadows to sweep through the facility too, with no result whatsoever. The soldier had indeed somehow vanished into thin air. After a while, Sonny looked at Vern and asked a somewhat awkward question. Could he have deserted? Vern stared at him blankly. Where would he go? Sonny nodded. Even if someone had lost their mind and decided to run away from the remote station, there was nowhere for them to go. The other master, meanwhile, gritted his teeth. I hoped that you would be able to notice something that I missed. Have you found anything? Sonny remained silent for a while. Eventually, he sighed tiredly and shook his head. No, nothing. Chapter 889. Without a trace, the awakened warrior was simply gone. The whole facility was swept, both by the soldiers of the garrison and Sonny's shadows, but no trace of him were found. Vern even made the decision to unseal the dome of the old observatory. However, there was nothing but old equipment, darkness, and dust inside. Sonny then sent his shadows to scour the coastal plain outside the fortress, hoping to discover a clue. He did not. A sense of unease and foreboding spread through the isolated fortress. As people were crowding together to alleviate this tension, Sonny, Vern, and Professor Obel gathered in the security center to have an emergency discussion. However, none of them seemed too eager to speak first. They simply had nothing to say. Eventually, Sonny rubbed his face with a sigh. Well, there are only 3 possibilities, right? Vern looked at him darkly. And they are. Sonny hesitated for a moment. First, he might have really deserted. The stern master simply shook his head. There was no hostility or defensiveness in this gesture, since Vern was not the type of leader to be insecure about his people or himself. He did not have the kind of fragile pride that would make the statement sound offensive. That is improbable. I know this awakened very well. He is a stalwart man. Sonny moved on with a shrug. Still, that would be the best outcome. The other 2 possibilities are much more troublesome. A tired frown appeared on his face. The second possibility is that he was killed, for whatever reason, by another person stationed at Low 49. The killer subsequently disposed of the body and removed the signs of the crime. Considering that it is not easy for a mundane human to kill an awakened, the most likely suspect would be one of your people, Vern. Professor Obel let out a heavy sigh. Surely, you don't think that one of these brave soldiers? Sonny looked at him with a somber expression. I am just exploring what could have happened. However, don't be mistaken. We awakened are always only one step away from turning into monsters. With how much pressure Antarctica exerts on people, many will inevitably start to break. In any case, we should pay attention to those awakened that have aspects suitable for getting rid of incriminating evidence. Vern, you know your soldiers best, so this task will be on you. Vern pursed his lips, but then silently nodded. What about the last possibility? Sonny lingered for a few moments. There might be a nightmare creature that has infiltrated the facility and is now hiding somewhere within these walls. Considering that we failed to find any traces at all, it has to be either very powerful, very elusive, or both. Since I am the best scout among us, investigating this possibility will be my task." Vern remained silent for a while, then said somberly, "That sounds like a plan. However, what happens if neither of us discovers anything?" Sonny looked at him. His eyes were full darkness. "Then we just need to wait for the Ariadne to arrive and hope that no one else disappears. According to the last communication we had with the outside, it will reach us in 4 days at the earliest and in 11 at the latest. Surely we can hold out for that long." As he spoke, the persistent noise of the call kept scratching, pressing, seeping into his mind. Vern closed his eyes for a moment. "Then, that is what we will do." Vern started investigating his own soldiers, while Sonny climbed back on top of the rhino and sent his shadows to explore Low 49 for the 3rd time that day. He had little hope of finding anything, but the thought of an elusive, uncanny horror hiding somewhere within the confines of the fortress, waiting to snatch its next victim, prevented him from remaining idle. At least he had something to do now. People locked inside the facility had already been tense and exhausted, but with a new, unknown threat looming somewhere just out of sight, their moods grew even more bleak and unstable. Most held up fine, for now, due to the hope of the Ariadne arriving soon. Sonny knew all about hope and how important it was in situations like these. While the search went on, new safety protocols went in effect. Mundane humans were prohibited from remaining alone, and a mutual responsibility system was established to keep anyone from succumbing to the first nightmare unexpectedly. Living quarters were fitted with additional sensors and alarm locks. Awakened were supplied with powerful stimulants to remain awake, and so on. Many soldiers were pulled off the walls to reinforce internal patrols and make sure that the protocols were followed. There was no established tradition of dealing with a crisis like this, since the chain of nightmares had changed the rules of the game. Cut off from Army command, Vern was forced to come up with enhanced measures on his own. Luckily, Professor Obel was able to help out. The old man still had memories of the cataclysmic descent of the spell, and of how the first generation had dealt with similar problems. Isolated from the outside world and surrounded by an unknown number of active gates, Low 49 was holding on as best as it could. But was it good enough? Sonny did not know. Damn it, damn it, damn it. To his frustration, he failed to find any proof that an unknown nightmare creature was hiding somewhere in the settlement. His shadows had explored every corner of the fortress, both above and below the ground, as well as many kilometers of the snow-covered coastal plain beyond the walls. But all of it was to no avail. Either the abomination was too cunning, possessed truly frightening powers, or it simply did not exist. Vern failed to discover anything. As well, at some point, Sonny found himself studying the spot where his cohort and the garrison of Low 49 had defeated the scavengers. 2 of his shadows were sniffing around the battlefield. One was studying the distant gate, and one was keeping an eye on Professor Obel. Maybe that soldier really just ran away. I looked everywhere, there's just no sign of anything. He was almost ready to believe that theory. It was then that a tall figure approached the rhino. Sonny shivered in the cold and walked to the edge of the app's roof, then looked down on Vern, experiencing a sense of déjà vu. His heart suddenly fell. What happened? Vern stared at him with a dim expression. A few long moments later, he opened his mouth and said in an even voice, "3 more people have vanished." Chapter 890. Mutual responsibility. 3 more people gone, and 0 new clues were found. This time the vanished were not awakened. One was a mundane soldier, one was a scientist, and one was a member of the civilian support staff. They did not have anything particular in common, no thread that connected them together or to the first victim. All three vanished from different locations and had been last seen at different times. Sonny and Vern silently investigated their living quarters, the areas they had been known to frequent in the settlement and their last known locations. They did not find anything. In the process, both of them grew more and more somber. At some point, Sonny threw a suspicious look at the other master. What did he really know about Vern? Vern was a local of Antarctica, a career serviceman with a stellar record, a competent fighter, and a leader that was loved and respected by his men. His aspect centered around heat transference and physical augmentation, not exactly something that could have been used to dispose of bodies. But then again, who said that it had to be done with an aspect ability? Almost at the same time, Vern suddenly glanced at Sonny with his usual stoic expression. His eyes, however, were cold and heavy. "I heard that you have a spatial storage memory." Sonny looked at him darkly. "So what if I do?" Vern held his gaze for a few long moments, then turned away with a sigh. This is not good, Sonny had to agree. If the two of them were already paranoid enough to suspect each other, then the rest of the installation residents had to really be on edge. A bit of vigilance was never a bad thing, but with how pressured people already felt, one additional burden could become a spark that had the potential to cause a violent explosion. He sighed. "We have to be ready to implement measures." Vern gave him a sideways glance. "What kind of measures?" Sonny stared at him calmly, or coldly even. He was so tired. "Whatever kind that works." The other master remained silent for a while. "I am confident in my people. Even exhausted and sleep-deprived, they will remain disciplined. The civilians, however, that might be a challenge. However, the best way to resolve this issue is to prevent it from happening in the first place. For that, we need to understand what is going on and stop more people from disappearing." Sonny lingered for a few moments. Eventually, he shrugged. "Yeah, let's hope that we will." With that, they moved to the next item on the agenda, interviewing the witnesses. Perhaps witnesses was the wrong word. This time, all three victims were mundanes. That meant that they had been assigned a partner by the updated safety protocols that Vern had established. They had not been supposed to remain alone at any point, not to mention long enough to vanish without a trace. And yet they had. The interviews did not reveal anything substantial. The mutual responsibility partners of the three victims reported the same thing. The vanished had been with them throughout the day, but at some point disappeared, completely unnoticed. The scientist and the staff member had been gone by the time their partners woke up, and the soldier seemed to have vanished, while his comrade turned away to concentrate on servicing one of the wall turrets. It was after the remaining soldier had reported his partner's absence that the fact that two more people were missing was discovered. None of the three victims had been acting strangely or revealed any discomfort prior to their vanishing. There was simply nothing for Sonny and Vern to catch, no thread they could pull to unravel the whole mystery. Their moods grew darker and darker. While they were interviewing the witnesses, there were two deaths inside the settlement. One was a scientist that had reported symptoms of being infected by the spell a day prior, was confined to a secure room in the installation's medical center, and quietly passed away in her sleep. Several awakened monitoring. The situation dispatched the nightmare creature that the dead scientist had turned into, preventing the repeat of the safe room massacre. The other was a staff member that had been so afraid to fall asleep that he stole a batch of military stimulants from the same medical center. Inevitably, these stimulants, developed for awakened soldiers, had put too much strain on his body. The man collapsed and swiftly died of acute heart failure in front of dozens of frightened civilians. Sonny and Vern received the report about the deaths right after finishing the fruitless interviews. A heavy silence settled in the empty room where only the two of them remained. Eventually, Vern gritted his teeth. This is all a bit suffocating, isn't it? The local master looked weary, but still composed and resolute. Sonny leaned back on his chair, tiredly thinking of the soft bed that was waiting for him inside the rhino. Yes, there are very few things that are more suffocating than powerlessness. You get used to it, though, Vern grimaced. If the two of us feel powerless, then how do the rest of them feel? He was quiet for a bit and then asked, 3 days. That is when the ship will arrive, right? Sonny silently shook his head. Don't expect the Ariadne to arrive at the earliest opportunity. Naval navigation is not easy. It's better to plan for the worst. Soon, Vern made an announcement reiterating the importance of the updated safety measures and ordering all personnel at Low 49 to follow them to the letter, as well as introducing stricter measures of mutual responsibility. People were forced to always stay in groups, mark their comings and goings in special ledgers, share cramped living quarters, and were confined to areas of the settlement that had to do with their direct responsibilities. They couldn't even visit the bathroom on their own. More soldiers had to leave their posts on the walls of the fortress to saturate the patrol schedule and stand guard inside the buildings. Every awakened with an aspect suitable for scouting was put to work monitoring the interior of the settlement. Vern himself oversaw what little of the observation system was still functioning. Sonny's shadows kept watch at key points of Low 49, but despite all that, throughout the next day, 6 more people went missing. Chapter 891, Fatigue. 6 people vanished. There were still no traces. It seemed that the killer, whoever or whatever the killer was, did not care if the person was alone or in a group. The mutual responsibility system was not working. Everyone was scared. The next day, 7 people vanished. 4 of them were experienced awakened, some of the best soldiers Vern had. The other 3 were scientists. On the same day, 2 more mundanes succumbed to the spell. One of them died and was eliminated. The other was still struggling somewhere out there in the first nightmare. Perhaps that person would become a sleeper soon. A day after that, 12 people vanished. No clues were found, and fear continued to spread through the facility like a plague. It had yet to transform into panic, but the residents of Low 49 were starting to grow restless, trapped in the suffocating atmosphere of dread, exhaustion, and doubt. Sonny really wanted to sleep. Then, the day that the Ariadne could have arrived came. People were uplifted a little by the excitement, but Sonny did not share in their enthusiasm. He expected the rescue to reach them no sooner than after another week. A lot of things could happen in a week. The Ariadne did not arrive, but a horde of nightmare creatures appeared instead, descending from the mountains. It seemed that things were not going well up north, considering that such a large swarm of abominations had been allowed to assemble and travel freely. What was the army even doing? Isolated at the edge of the world, they had no way of knowing. The battle was long and fierce, but ended in a decisive victory. The tired soldiers retreated back into the fortress without even bothering to burn the corpses. They would be covered by the snow soon anyway. Everyone felt the growing fatigue. The mundane person who had been making their way through the first nightmare woke up as a sleeper. The next day, that sleeper disappeared, along with 14 more people. The scavenger gate released a new wave of abominations. There were just a handful of them, so Sonny slaughtered the nightmare creatures himself before anyone else had time to arrive. On his way back, he noticed that many of the carcasses laying under a thin veil of fresh snow seemed to be missing large chunks of flesh. Sonny was too tired to care. I should sleep. There's nothing preventing me from sleeping. In fact, it is detrimental to remain awake. I'll think better if I rest. But that was not true. Despite his exhaustion, Sonny's mind seemed to only become sharper. He had lost a bit of situational awareness and reaction speed, but was now able to enter a state of being laser-focused on something in exchange. He was also extremely calm, almost as if lacking the energy to feel anxious or agitated. His mind was clear. That evening, Sonny was standing on the southern wall of the fortress looking at the undulating black ocean. The cold waves rustled as they washed over the stone expanse of the beach, carrying pieces of ice. The wind was howling and the full moon shone in the dark sky, surrounded by an ethereal scarlet aurora. The Ariadne was somewhere out there, illuminated by the same moon. After some time, a lumbering figure climbed the wall and approached him. Dorn looked as tired as the rest of them. However, the giant man seemed to be holding up comparatively well. Sonny turned and looked at him. "Captain, I have an idea. Can I share it?" He nodded silently. Dorn hesitated for a few moments and then said, "Well, it's about the bodies. By now we have explored every millimeter of this facility. We have searched the coastal plain extensively, too. You probably swept it all countless times, and yet we did not find even a single drop of blood. It seems that we have searched everywhere, but actually there is one place where we did not look. Since the bodies are not anywhere else, they had to be in that place. In the water, that is the only logical conclusion." The large man leaned on the lip of the wall. The black waves continued to sway, indifferent to his words. The unfathomable ocean remained the unchanged. Sonny was silent for a while and then nodded. "Yeah, that is my thinking too, so I'll be keeping a close eye on the beach." Somewhere in the base, one of his shadows was on its usual patrol. Gliding past a personnel lounge, it noticed Luster, who was sitting on a couch with a glassy look in his eyes. The young man seemed to be on the verge of dozing off. The shadow momentarily turned tangible and looked at him with disdainful reproach. Then it slapped him across the face and disappeared. Luster jumped to his feet and looked around in shock. "What? Who? What? Ouch, it hurts." Back on the wall, a pale smile appeared on Sonny's face. "Dorn, that mutual responsibility protocol. You guys start following it too. Make pairs and watch each other." Dorn nodded, lingered for a few moments, and then left. Sonny continued staring at the ocean. "This doesn't make sense. Even if the killer disposes of the bodies by throwing them into the water, someone would have noticed something. Dozens of people vanished already. All of it is very strange." While he was thinking, two more people ascended the wall. One of them was an awakened soldier, and the other one was a scientist. Sonny turned around and looked at them with a confused look on his face. Since he was standing close to the latter, the newcomers had no choice but to bump into him. Sonny remained motionless for a few seconds, then took a step back to make way. The awakened and the scientist calmly approached the lip of the wall, climbed over it, and jumped down. One of them landed well, but the other hit the rocks and silently fell. A disturbing sound of breaking bones could be heard, carried by the wind. Sonny rubbed his face and continued to study the ocean. The awakened walked toward the waves while the scientist crawled. Because of that, the freezing water reached his knees, then his waist, then his chest. Finally, the awakened disappeared beneath the undulating black surface and drowned. At that time, the scientist had crawled far enough to reach the edge of the water. His figure silently vanished into the cold waves as well. Nothing remained of the two, standing atop the wall. Sonny calmly looked at the ocean. What was I thinking about? Ah, yes. It is strange that no one had seen anything. How do the bodies get dumped into the ocean without anyone noticing? He did not know. Maybe his theory was wrong and the killer had not been using the water to hide the corpses. The water. It surely looked inviting. Suddenly, Sonny felt a strange urge to go for a swim. A moment later, he shivered. A swim? What am I, crazy? Who swims in the freezing water during the winter in Antarctica of all places? Shaking his head, Sonny continued to stand watch above the beach. He had not seen anything suspicious yet, but if he remained vigilant, he would surely discover something soon. Chapter 892. Futility. Sonny remained on the southern wall for 2 days, silently staring at the ocean. In the meantime, 36 people vanished. Some of them were awakened and some of them were mundane. Despite safety measures growing more and more draconian, Vern had failed to prevent the disappearances. It was all futile and deeply, eerily frightening. The stern master came to talk to Sonny at some point, but left more frustrated than he had been before. The fortress withstood another attack from a transient swarm of nightmare creatures. Just like the previous one, it came from the north. This time, Sonny did not participate in the battle, choosing instead to remain where he was. There were a few casualties. The awakened soldiers were all exhausted after remaining awake for more than a week. The stimulant patches were gradually losing their effectiveness. The mundane soldiers were better rested but much more disturbed. They were all wary of the nightmare spell. The civilians were both exhausted and afraid. They had not been trained to withstand this kind of stress, and the seemingly unknowable nature of the vanishings was pushing them to the verge of panic. If not for the sense of order established and enforced by Vern's protocols and the hope of the Aridane's nearing arrival, they would have come completely undone by now. The rescue ship was supposed to arrive in 3 or 4 days. Sonny silently looked at the water, deep in thought. Hearing light steps, he glanced sideways and saw Bait, who was shivering in the cold as she approached him. "Hey, Master Sunless," he frowned. "Hey." The young woman looked at him silently for a while, then gritted her teeth. "What are you doing? You've been stuck on this wall for days. You even ignored the last attack." Sonny tilted his head a little. When he responded, his voice sounded a bit strange. "I'm investigating." Bait stared at him in disbelief. You are doing nothing and expect me to believe that it's all a part of the investigation. Please. Both you and Vern have turned out to be completely useless. So many people are gone, and the two of you failed to produce even a tiny clue." At that moment, another person appeared on the wall. It was a mature woman in a white lab coat, with a tranquil expression on her face. Both of them moved to let her pass, not paying any attention as the woman silently climbed over the lip and jumped down. The undulating darkness of the ocean reflected in her eyes. Sonny frowned slightly at the sound of a body hitting the rocks down below and shook his head, instantly forgetting about it. "Believe what you want." Bait glowered at him for a bit, then sighed and turned away. "Sorry, it doesn't matter anyway. We just need to persevere for a few more days until help arrives. But you promised to protect the professor, and yet you left him alone to sit on this wall. That is unacceptable." "Gods, how devoted can she be? Professor this, professor that. Can't that girl think about herself for once? She's in danger too." He rolled his eyes. "Who says I left him alone? Bait. I've been watching Professor Obel and you 24 hours a day every day since this whole mess started." She blinked. What? How?" Sonny scoffed. "My first specialty is scouting. Wherever my shadows go, my gaze follows. One of them had been keeping an eye on the professor, so. How do you think I was able to get to the safe room so fast when you were attacked?" Bait looked at him for a bit. Then suddenly her cheeks turned red. 24 hours a day, what kind of a creep?" Sonny palmed his face. "Gods, get over yourself. Do you think I have time to spy on mundane girls while all this crap is going on? The point is, Professor Obel is as safe as I can make him." At that point, another person climbed to the top of the wall and jumped down. Neither of them spared them a single look, although Sonny seemed to shiver a little. Bait opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again. After a long pause, she finally forced out a few words. "Well, fine, I guess I'll be going then." Sonny nodded. "All right." Then he suddenly called out to her, "Wait, do you know my soldiers? There's a big guy called Dorn. Can you ask him to come here?" Bait frowned, then nodded and hurriedly walked away, hoping to get away from the cold as soon as possible. Sonny sighed. Soon, Dorn arrived. After understanding what his captain needed, he disappeared and returned some time later carrying recording equipment. These cameras were a bit old, but that was exactly what made them more reliable than the more modern ones. Together, they installed the cameras on the wall and stared at the screen of the terminal the recording equipment was connected to. One more day passed. 20 people vanished. Their passage was easily recorded by the cameras, but while Sonny and Dorn were studying the recordings, They didn't seem to notice anything strange about it. One of Vern's awakened soldiers fainted, or maybe simply fell asleep while standing at his post. Although chances of his anchor breaking were not high, that was exactly what happened. The soldier did nor return from the dream realm after 8 hours passed, or even 16. Sometime later, his body went through an almost imperceptible but eerie and frightening change. He had become hollow. His body was placed in a closed room in the medical center. Several members of the civilian staff got into a violent fight, but were dragged away from each by the sentries, isolated, and injected with sedatives. A stray nightmare creature wandered close to the fortress and was torn apart by a rain of bullets. The thunderous noise of firing turrets made everyone inside the facility shudder. Another day passed. 22 people vanished. The moon was gone, but Sonny and Dorn were still on the wall overseeing the ocean. Standing there, Sonny looked at the dark waves, then at the screen showing the feed from the cameras, then back at the cold black water. Finally, he scratched the back of his head, pulled the memory storage device from the terminal, and turned to Dorn. "We're done here. Let's go." Not waiting for a response, he turned around and headed in the direction of the security center. As Sonny walked through the settlement, many people looked at him. Some of them seemed frightened, some of them seemed angry, some were simply numb. Everyone was exhausted. Arriving at the security center, Sonny found Vern and Professor Obel sitting in silence with dark, tired expressions on their faces. The old man looked even more fragile and ancient than usual. Sonny placed the memory storage on the table in front of them. Vern stared at it for a moment, then looked up. "Why are you here?" Sonny sat down and rubbed his hands together to warm them. A dark, ominous smile appeared on his lips. "My investigation is complete. I know why people are vanishing." Chapter 893. Negative space. Vern and Professor Obel were suddenly very focused on his words. Even Dorn, who had spent the last 2 days on the wall with Sonny, seemed to shake off his fatigue and paid rapt attention to what his captain had to say. Sonny shut his eyes for a moment. "When the first victim vanished, I said that there were only 3 possibilities: that he had deserted, that he had been killed by another human, and that a nightmare creature had infiltrated the facility. Well, I was wrong. None of these theories were correct. The third one was the closest to the truth, though," he sighed. "There is indeed a nightmare creature, only it is not inside the fortress." Vern frowned, looking at him with dark intensity. "What do you mean?" Sonny lingered for a bit before answering. "The answer is almost obvious when you consider 2 things and then put them together. First, the bodies. People don't just vanish without a trace, and yet we failed to find anything, not at Low 49, and not on the coastal plain beyond the wall. So the most obvious answer is that the bodies are being taken to somewhere where we can't find them. Into the water. There is a whole ocean out there, after all." Vern wanted to say something, but remained silent at the end, waiting for Sonny to continue. Sonny nodded. "The second thing is the call. Its strength had a qualitative change on the day we fought the scavengers. Too drastic of a change, really, to be produced by a single gate, especially one as unimpressive as that. I remember being convinced that there were 2 at least before exploring the plain and finding just one. I even said that we were lucky." He stared at them for a moment and then shook his head. "However, we were not lucky, and there was indeed another gate, one more powerful than the scavenger gate that we cleared. We just did not find it." Professor Obel did not seem to follow his reasoning. That was only to be expected, considering that the old man did not experience the call himself. Vern, however, finally, a hint of understanding appeared on his face. "A second gate. Water. You think that there is another gate?" "That opened underwater," Sonny nodded. "I am more or less convinced that there is, and that is the reason why people are vanishing." Vern shook his head. "That doesn't entirely explain it all. Yes, we have pulled a lot of soldiers off the walls to augment internal patrols, but the ocean is still being watched. Nothing would have been able to crawl from beneath the waves, grab people inside the facility, and drag them back into the water unnoticed. Sonny smiled darkly. I was just about to get to that. He rubbed his eyes tiredly. Right, we are all under a mind hex. That is why no one noticed anything. Professor Obel, Vern, and Dorn looked at him with confusion. Finally, the old man asked, Master Sunless, do you perhaps have a piece of evidence to substantiate your theory? Sonny simply shook his head. No, but that is exactly the point. It is the absence of evidence that proves my theory. No matter how elusive, devious, and powerful a nightmare creature is, we should have found some kind of clue by now. Although security equipment of the facility barely works because of the interference, the cameras would have captured something. The strict protocols and mutual responsibility system Vern had implemented would have produced some result. My shadows would have found some traces, but nothing of the sort happened, which is nothing short of impossible. There is a big negative space in the place where all the results should have been. However, we can infer certain things from that negative space itself. A dark expression appeared on his face. What I am trying to say is that there are, in fact, traces. We were just rendered incapable of comprehending them. Something like that. Something like that had already happened to me once. Back then, I spent an entire month being mesmerized by an insidious nightmare creature. However, I was utterly oblivious to its influence, simply for the fact the first thing that the hex did was take away my ability to become aware of its existence. I am convinced that something like that is happening to all of us right now, too. Sonny looked at Vern and Professor Obel somberly. There is a powerful gate below the surface of the water, somewhere in the vicinity of this facility. The gate brought a dreadful nightmare creature into the waking world, and that creature is using mind manipulation to both lure people into its maw and make others incapable of stopping it. An uncomfortable silence settled in the security center. Professor Obel seemed resigned, but Vern, on the contrary, was suddenly energized. If that is true, then we just have to kill that abomination. Then everything will be resolved. There was hope and resolve in his eyes. For a warrior, having a clear enemy to fight was familiar territory. With a sigh, Sonny shook his head. No, we won't be able to kill that nightmare creature. Vern scowled. What? Why? Sonny pointed at the bleak steel of the undying chain which he had been wearing ever since people started disappearing. Because this is a transcendent armor of the third tier. One of its enchantments provides the wearer with a high degree of protection against mind attacks. And yet I wasn't spared from the effects of the mind hex at all. You know what that means? Vern's face suddenly grew dim. That the nightmare creature's attack is more powerful than your armor's defenses. Sonny nodded. Indeed, which would make it of the corrupted rank at least. My bet would be that it is a corrupted terror. Neither of us is its match, especially not in the water. We can't kill it. At that moment, Professor Obel finally spoke. So then, what should we do? Sonny remained silent for a while, looking at the memory storage device that lay on the table in front of him. Finally, he shifted slightly and said, First, we break the mind hex. Chapter 894. Cold Wave. Sonny's plan was rather simple. Since the mental protection granted by the undying chain was not enough to break through the mind hex of the unknown horror, he just had to get better defenses. Of course, he could have summoned Saint, who was completely immune to that kind of attack. If he had no choice but to fight the abomination, which Sonny suspected to be a corrupted terror, he would do exactly that. But at this point, he was simply trying to understand what exactly was happening. And how? Considering that Saint would not be able to communicate what she saw, he had to try breaking through the hex himself first. Several minutes later, Vern summoned the officers of his awakened force, and then sent them away with a simple task, to get every memory that could offer at least some form of protection against mind attacks to Sonny. Considering that there were still around 90 awakened soldiers at the facility, at least a couple of them had to have something like that in their arsenal. Soon, Sonny found himself in possession of several loaned memories. He was wearing the undying chain, which was his best tool to solve this situation. There was a new charm hanging around his neck, a strangely mercurial cloak on his back, and a flint dagger with a handle made out of weathered bone in his hand. The dagger came from Vern itself, so it was especially powerful. There were many people in the security center now, including Vern, Professor Obel, and Bate, all 6 of his soldiers, and several sleep-deprived awakened officers. Sonny was sitting in front of a screen, holding the memory storage device. Taking a deep breath, he wrapped all 4 of his shadows around the undying chain and felt its bleak steel become stronger, more durable, and more powerful. Then, he inserted the memory device into the socket of the terminal and accessed the recording stored on it. Everyone watched the video feed of the undulating ocean with a morbid sense of curiosity. However, none of the people present in the security center noticed anything special about the recording. After a while, Bates said in a tentative tone, "I don't see anything." However, when she looked at Sonny, there was a grim expression on his pale, tired face. Because unlike everyone else, Sonny was seeing things that he had been unable to notice earlier. To him, the recording showed an immensely macabre reality. The things he saw on the screen left him disturbed, shaken, and dismayed. Damnation. As the recording went on, replaying the shifting landscape of the lightless beach from the past 2 days at enhanced speed, Sonny slowed it down to a crawl several times, seemingly for no apparent reason. Every time, his expression turned more and more ugly. He had known, of course, to expect something like that. However, watching himself nonchalantly make way for the mesmerized victims, only to forget about their existence a moment later, was deeply unsettling. Sonny had witnessed dozens of people being swallowed by the cold waves, and yet this was the first time his consciousness managed to become aware of that fact. As it did, the hex was broken, and suddenly all the memories that had been suppressed before flooded his mind. Sonny shuddered. "Gods!" Noticing his strong reaction, Vern leaned forward. "What is it? What do you see? What kind of nightmare creature is it? How does it capture people from within the facility?" Sonny lingered for a moment and then stopped the playback with a trembling hand. He stared at it in confusion and made a fist, causing the tremors to stop. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. "I was right, mostly. There is indeed a mind hex affecting everyone in this fortress. It makes us indifferent and unaware of the victims and the traces left behind by them. However, I did not see the creature itself. It never appeared. The victims, they just walked into the ocean themselves and vanished. Some right in front of our eyes. It seems that the bastard is somehow controlling them to come to it and us to be blind to their passing." Vern gritted his teeth. "There has to be a way to stop it." Sonny hesitated for a long time. "In my experience, the only way to deal with a creature like that is to run away from it, while we can." The other master shook his head with a resentful expression. That resentment was not aimed at Sonny, however. Instead, it was aimed at the dreadful being that hid beneath the waves, the chain of nightmares, and the sorry state of the waking world in general. Leaving Low 49 now would be no different from suicide. We won't make it across hundreds of kilometers of rough terrain alive, not with hordes of nightmare creatures prowling this region of the Antarctic center seemingly unopposed, with no intelligence about the state of the territory and cut off from Army command. His eyes grew cold. "We have to remain here and wait for the Ariadne to arrive. It should be here in 2 days, or if not soon enough. We can survive this abomination for 2 days. Sonny looked at him for a while, thinking. Although remaining this close to a potential corrupted terror made him extremely uneasy, he had to admit that what Vern had said was reasonable. The Ariadne indeed was their best chance. He sighed. "So, what do you propose we do in the meantime? Just let the bastard continue gobbling up humans. Vern crossed his arms and frowned. No, now that we know what is happening, we can prevent more people from vanishing. Sonny raised his eyebrow. And how do you propose we do that? The other master looked at him, deep in thought. After a few moments he said calmly, well, someone just has to prevent the victims from jumping into the ocean. Right. A palace smile appeared on Sonny's face. Somehow he already knew who was going to get that job. Chapter 895. Catcher in the Night. Sonny was the only one who could prevent more people from silently walking into the cold ocean. Even if he returned the borrowed memories and gave the undying chain to someone else, the other person would not be able to enjoy the augmentation of the four shadows. So, the mind hex would remain unbroken. If there was one good thing about the situation, it was that after Sonny had rid himself of the hex, he did not need to keep up his mental defenses at such a high level anymore. It was as though he was now inoculated against the unknown creature's influence. At least for now. He returned the charm, the mercurial cloak, and the flint dagger to their owners. One shadow continued to follow Professor Obel, while the other three remained wrapped around the undying chain, just in case. After that, everyone got to work. Although Sonny was the only person who could perceive the mesmerized, it did not mean that nobody else could help prevent more people from vanishing. Now that Vern knew what they were dealing with exactly, he could tune the safety protocols of the fortress to make it harder for the enemy to snatch victims away. Soldiers received new instructions, while all non-essential personnel were confined to their living quarters. If they couldn't leave, they would most likely be unable to reach the water after all. Sonny, meanwhile, walking onto the dark beach, he sighed, then placed an intricate wooden chair at the very edge of the rustling waves and sat down with his back to the ocean, facing the wall of the fortress. Sonny shivered in the cold wind for a few moments, leaned back and leisurely crossed his legs. It's a bit chilly. The world was dark, and the only sounds surrounding him were the howling of the wind and the incessant murmur of the waves. Sitting with his back to the ocean was not pleasant, especially with a corrupted terror hiding somewhere beneath its lightless surface. The only thing that made Sonny feel better was the unmoving silhouette of Saint, who was hidden in the shadow of the wall with Morgan's warbow in her hands. Even then, Sonny had a lot to worry about. Would he really be able to stop people from reaching the water? Would they resist, or would they allow themselves to be brought back inside L049? Most importantly, what would the terror do if its source of sustenance was suddenly cut off? Somehow, Sonny doubted that the creature was going to just leave them be. He just had to hope that the rescue ship would arrive before the eventual retaliation, and take them away before the creature could cast its hex on the crew as well. With a sigh, Sonny released his shadows and sent them forward. The shadows climbed the wall and separated, assuming watching positions in 3 different spots. Then all he could do was wait and listen to the rustle of the waves behind him. A minute passed, then another, then a few more. Sonny opened a thermos he had brought with him and poured himself a cup of fragrant coffee. Sipping it in the bitter cold, he continued to wait and pretend that the ocean did not concern him at all. After about an hour, a human figure finally appeared on the wall. Sonny slapped himself in the face to chase away sleepiness, then put the thermos down and stood up. One step through the shadows brought him to the mesmerized person. The man. He knew that man. It was one of the awakened officers in charge of the local garrison. This soldier had usually been cheerful and energetic, even after staying awake for close to 2 weeks. But now there was a blank, empty expression on his face, and no light in his hollow eyes. Sonny stood between the slowly walking awakened and the lip of the wall. This time he did not step aside to make way. Instead, he hesitated for a moment, then put his hand on the soldier's shoulder, stopping him. The man made a few more awkward steps, not realizing that he was walking in place. Then he ceased moving and slowly turned his head, staring at Sonny with calm, glassy eyes. "Damn, that's creepy." Sonny opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment a strong blow sent him flying back. Crashing into the rampart, he broke through it and tumbled off the wall, landing on the rocks far below in an undignified heap. Arg, what the hell? The strike was much stronger than anything a mere awakened should have been able to deliver. Even without augmenting his body with the shadows, Sonny was a master. He also had 4 cores and a sea of essence at his disposal. Why was the mesmerized officer so strong? Cursing, he slowly rose from the ground. At the same time, the awakened landed on the rocks a few steps away from him, swayed a little, and continued marching toward the dark waves. Since Sonny was not blocking his path anymore, the soldier did not pay him any more attention. "Not so fast, you damned fool." Creating a long chain out of the shadows, Sonny made a loop out of it and tossed it forward, ensnaring the mesmerized man. Taking the unexpected strength that the soldier had shown into account, he added another chain for good measure and grinned weakly. Huh, just like the good old times. The memory of throwing a chain loop at the Mountain King was still vivid and fresh in his mind. Making sure that Vern's officer was immobilized, Sonny dragged him back, and then scaled the wall. A few minutes later, slightly out of breath, he reached the old observatory and walked inside. There, the first few containment units had already been built, and a working crew was hurriedly creating more. They glanced at Sonny with confusion, but then quickly lost interest, distracted by the mind hex. Ignoring the workers, Sonny walked to the nearest unit, threw the mesmerized officer inside, and locked the door. Even for an awakened, escaping from a prison like that was not supposed to be possible. A moment later, several furious strikes landed on the walls of the containment cell from inside, making it shudder. However, in the end, the sturdy construction held. Realizing that he would not be able to break free, the mesmerized soldier walked to the corner that was the closest to the ocean, pressed against it, and froze. He just stood there, unmoving like a statue, not doing anything. Sonny slowly exhaled. Well, that's not bad. He had been afraid that the mesmerized would bang their heads against the walls of their cages, attempting to reach the ocean even if it was not possible. "Oh, Master Sunless, when did you get here?" Now that he was not holding the soldier, the workers finally noticed his presence. They stared at Sonny with surprised eyes. He blinked a couple of times, then smiled. "Carry on, I am just passing by." At that moment, his shadows noticed another human climbing onto the wall. Sonny sighed, lingered for a moment, and then stepped through the shadows once again. Chapter 896. The obstacle. Sonny felt like he was going insane. He was tired, sleep-deprived, and cold. He was stuck in a fortress on a remote continent which had been built around an eerie, abandoned observatory. The fortress was being besieged by an unknown horror from the depths, and he was the only person who had managed to escape from the horror's hex. The strangest thing about all that, however, was that Sonny was sometimes invisible. Every time he subdued and dragged one of the victims to the containment facility built inside the old observatory, everyone in the settlement acted as though he did not exist. No, not exactly invisible. People were able to observe him, but the fact of his existence seemed to flow out of their consciousness almost immediately after being registered there. As long as Sonny was in the presence of one of the mesmerized victims, the residents of Low 49 looked at him, frowned, and then went about their business, instantly forgetting what they had seen. It was really unnerving. In his exhausted state, Sonny felt a deep and irrational fear that if this went on, he would be forgotten by everyone forever. He wondered if that was how the demon of oblivion had felt. Luckily, the bizarre effect seemed to only last for as long as Sonny was transporting prisoners to their cells. As soon as he placed them in the containment units, his existence was made normal once again. Well, as far as his existence could be called normal to begin with. On the first day of his catcher duty, Sonny had fought, subdued, and imprisoned 29 people. His muscles were sore, and his armor was wet from being close to the water for so long. Despite his efforts and to his relief, the terror had not reacted to the sudden obstacle that appeared in the path of its satiation. At least not yet. Saint continued to hide in the shadow of the tall wall of the fortress, monitoring the deep, dark, cold waters of the ocean. At midnight, Sonny reported the results of his effort to Vern. They walked over to the observatory together, where the other master remained silent for a long time. "Are you telling me that there are people in these cells?" Sonny struggled with a yawn, failed to suppress it, and then nodded. "Yeah, around 30 of them." Vern stared at the cells with a deep frown for a minute or two, then shook his head in bewilderment. "Strange. Even though I know that they're there, I can't see anything. To me, the cells seem empty." Sonny was a bit late to react. "Oh, believe me, they're there. They just stand near the southern side of their units and do nothing. At least they are staring at the walls and not at us. That would be really creepy." Vern looked at him with dark amusement. "I think this situation is sufficiently creepy as it is." Then he turned away from the cells and asked in a somber tone, "Any change in the terror's behavior?" Sonny shook his head. "No, at least not that I've noticed." Vern remained silent for a moment and sighed. "Good, continue then. The Ariadne should be arriving soon, so we just have to endure a little bit longer." Just like that, Sonny continued his eerie task. He waited by the water, caught the people trying to drown themselves in the ocean, and locked them up in cells while suffering from being invisible. Damn cold. He had long summoned the memory of ice and continuously fed it with essence to save himself from the chilling wind. Just like that, another day passed. During that day, Sonny rescued 35 people from being devoured by the waves. His skill of making chains out of shadows improved by a lot. A few minutes before midnight, Sonny was sitting on his chair with an empty thermos in his hand and stared at the sky. Today there was no moon and no aurora. Only the stars remained, shining softly up above. The waves sound differently today. He rubbed his face, then turned around and stared at the undulating black surface of the ocean with intense distrust. Just then, something seemed to change about the world. Sonny frowned, but before he could do anything, another figure appeared on the wall, forcing a long sigh to escape from his lips. 40. It is accelerating. He stood up, ready to step through the shadows and subdue the 40th victim, but there was something strange about the figure. Instead of moving toward the edge of the wall like the rest of them, it stopped and raised a hand as if signaling to him. It was Quentin. Sonny conserved his essence by jogging forward, then lowering his body slightly and mounting the wall with one inhumanly high jump. He landed on the concrete surface of the rampart, walked a few steps, and looked at Quentin with a deep frown. What happened?" The chivalrous healer smiled, excitement shining in his eyes. "Captain, the observatory. You need to see." Without wasting any time, Sonny jumped down to the roof of the nearby building and then hurried toward the white dome at the center of the settlement. Walking inside, he instantly heard a swarm of confused, frightened, and angry voices. Where am I? What happened? Hey, someone, what the hell is this? Let me out." He stared, dumbfounded. These voices were coming from within the cells. They belonged to the victims he had imprisoned. Somehow they seemed to have shrugged off the mind hex and regained their awareness. And it wasn't just them. Sonny turned his head and looked at the maintenance workers that were in charge of keeping the containment units secure. They were all speaking with excitement and glancing at the cells with relieved faces. They heard the victims, too, which meant that the hex was not affecting them anymore either. Thank the gods! That abomination must have left. Despite the happy circumstances, Sonny was suddenly overwhelmed by a deep, cold, urgent feeling of unease. It grasped his heart and remained there, growing slightly stronger with each second. He shivered. What is going on? Chapter 897. Silent Ocean. After Sonny had broken through the mind hex and spent 2 days rescuing the mesmerized people, saving dozens of lives, the horror hiding in the cold black waves seemed to have left the vicinity of Low 49. The victims had regained their senses, and every person in the settlement was able to see and hear them clearly once again. In the next few hours, no one showed any sign of being under the influence of the hex. The Vanishing stopped, and the Ariadne was supposed to arrive soon. The exhausted, frightened, and shaken inhabitants of the fortress were tentatively starting to unwind. Their fragile hope bloomed and blossomed. However, the person most responsible for the positive change, Sonny, did not feel any of their cheer or relief. On the contrary, with each passing minute, his unease and sense of foreboding only grew stronger. He did not like what was happening, not at all. Walking through the snowy streets of the settlement, Sonny studied the lively faces of patrolling soldiers with a troubled expression on his own. It was dark and somber. Doesn't make sense. None of it makes any sense. Approaching the security center, he placed his hand on the panel of a sophisticated biometric lock. The sensor was supposed to initiate a thorough scan, but as seconds passed, nothing seemed to happen. The damn thing was on the fritz. Sonny stared at it for a moment, then sighed and banged on the heavy alloy door with his fist. Soon, it was manually unlocked from the inside by a sleepy soldier, who then allowed Sonny in. Walking inside the security center, Sonny dusted snow off his shoulders, looked around, and headed toward Vern. What is the situation? Vern sent one of his officers off with a list of orders, then looked at his younger colleague and shrugged. Nothing changed. The terror, or whatever that abomination was, seems to have truly moved on. Sonny gritted his teeth. When has a nightmare creature ever moved on? You're deluding yourself. The older master frowned. We can't know for sure, of course, but the disappearance of the hex speaks for itself. Don't sell yourself short. Although creatures capable of mind manipulation are exceedingly dangerous, they often lack direct means of launching an effective attack. Maybe it decided to search for easier prey after you proved capable of dismantling its mental attack. Sonny stared at him for a bit, then shook his head. A corrupted terror is a corrupted terror. We probably haven't seen even a fraction of its power yet, so why would it simply give up and leave? Vern tiredly rubbed his face and sighed. Do take into account that the creature's rank and class are only your conjecture. We don't really know how powerful it actually was. In any case, how else do you explain the fact that the hex is gone and no one is vanishing anymore? Sonny hesitated for a moment. Maybe it decided to change tactics. Maybe it is gathering power for a singular, overwhelming attack. Maybe it just enjoys toying with its prey. Who the hell knows? His counterpart looked away with a somber expression. All right, but what do you want me to do? It's not like I've relaxed the security measures. We are still on high alert and prepared for battle. We are still keeping the civilians locked up and concentrating our defenses on the southern wall. I don't see what other contingencies are there to prepare. Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. All I am saying is that it's not a good time to become complacent. On the contrary, we must be preparing for a rapid escalation of the crisis. Vern stared at him blankly for a few seconds. And all I am saying is that we are already doing everything we can. No matter how small, the possibility that you are right still exists, so we must. That is my position as the officer responsible for the safety of every person inside this facility. But personally, I think that exhaustion and paranoia are getting the better of you, Sunless. It's been hard on all of us. Sonny remained silent for a bit, then said in a subdued voice, My paranoia has never led me astray, though. With that, he winced and left. Maybe I am really wrong this time. Even if I'm not, Vern is right. What else are we supposed to do? Until the damned ship arrives, there's not much more we can prepare. But why did he feel so disturbed? Why was his sense of unease so urgent? Walking out of the security center, Sonny stood in place for a while with a dark expression on his face. After some time, he noticed Luster loitering around and called him over. Yes. You wanted something, Captain." Sonny lingered for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah. Gather the others and tell them to stick close to the rhino. Also, make sure that it's ready to move in case we need to get the hell out of this damned place in a hurry." Luster blinked a couple of times, looking at him with a startled expression. Then he gulped. Understood, sir. I'll go do that then." Letting the young man go, Sonny turned south and stared at the distant wall for a bit. Frowning, he then headed toward it. The beach was cold and shrouded in darkness. Like always, the black waves continued their eternal, fruitless assault on the shore. They came and went with a wide, reverberating rustle, making it seem as though the whole ocean was breathing. His chair was still standing at the edge of the water, with an empty thermos laying on the stones nearby, descending from the wall. Sonny slowly walked toward the water and stopped just outside its reach, staring at the vast undulating expanse of the cold ocean with a deep scowl. His tired eyes were hidden in shadows. Looking at the waves, he whispered, "Where are you, bastard? What are you planning?" Of course, the ocean remained silent. There was no response. Chapter 898. Going for a swim. Sonny stayed at the edge of the water for a while, looking at the ocean with a wary expression on his face. Funny. Back when he had first developed the habit of climbing the southern wall of the fortress, he stared at the ocean in hopes of witnessing the fearsome silhouette of the mighty battleship appearing from the darkness. But now that the Ariadne was about to arrive, his thoughts were far away. Eventually, Sonny sighed and finally dismissed his chair, planning to return into the warmth of the settlement. However, just before he turned away from the dark water, something attracted his attention. A subtle gleam a few steps further down the shore, revealed from beneath the retreating waves, as though bleak starlight was reflecting from a small piece of glass. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then walked a meter or two forward, stopping at the spot where he had spotted the gleaming object. A new wave rushed in, licking his armored boots. He had to wait for it to crawl back before kneeling and taking a closer look at the wet rocks. There between them something glistened, buried under several shards of ice. Sonny brushed the ice away and picked the object up, then stood up before the next wave came. His frown deepened. In his hand was a simple brass button, similar to those that could be found on the countless winter coats issued to soldiers of the 1st Evacuation Army as part of their kit. By itself, the button was nothing special. However, Vern and the soldiers under his command were not part of the 1st Evacuation Army. They were locals of Antarctica and had served at Low 49 long before the Chain of Nightmares. As such, their uniforms were slightly different. In fact, they were of a far better quality, considering that the First Army had been assembled and outfitted in a tremendous hurry. Their kits were far better suited for cold weather, and included well-designed parkas that could keep a person warm in most dire of circumstances instead of cheap mass-produced coats. So how did this button end up here? Sonny stared at the round piece of brass for a few minutes and then slowly looked up, facing the darkness of the ocean. There was a strangely resigned expression on his pale face. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and extended his shadow sense forward as far as it could go. "All right. Fine. Come on, show yourself, bastard. I know you didn't leave." His senses spread forward, diving deep under the black surface of the cold water. Everywhere light reached, there were shadows after all, and even where light never entered, there was its absence. However, Sonny did not sense the terror no matter how hard he tried. He did find something, though. 20 or 30 meters away from him, deep underwater, there was a large shape. It rested on the seabed, moving slightly from time to time as the currents pulled it back and forth. The shape was irregular and mostly flat, with a very slight curve. Its edges were sharp and jagged. That was all Sonny could say from sensing its shadow. That and the fact that the shape was not that of a living thing, considering that the shadow lacked the quality of being cast by something possessing a soul. He had no idea what it was. The ocean contained all kinds of junk, so why would he care? But for some reason he did. Opening his eyes, Sonny looked at the undulating waves for a bit. Then he slowly took a step forward and then another, and then another. The cold, freezing water reached his shins first, then his knees, then his waist. He shivered, gasped for breath, but continued walking forward. I am not mesmerized, am I? No, he couldn't be. He had broken the hex. His mind was his own. When the water reached his chest, Sonny took a deep breath and dove down into the black depths. Swimming in a suit of steel armor was not an easy task, even one as thin and light as the undying chain. However, he possessed strength and endurance that far surpassed a mundane human, so Sonny persisted, plunging deeper and deeper into the ocean. Despite the memory of ice hanging from a string on his neck, a cold like he had never experienced enveloped his body, making it hard for him to breathe, think, and move his limbs. Gritting his teeth, Sonny ignored it and swam toward the distant shape. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the seabed and pushed himself along its uneven surface, getting closer and closer to his target. Far away on the shore, Saint emerged from the shadow of the wall and approached the edge of the waves, raising her bow. If anything happened, she would be able to send an arrow flying instantly. That made Sonny feel a little better, even though he did not know how powerful the arrow would remain after piercing tens of meters of water. Considering the strength of Morgan's warbow, it should still be deadly, but the efficacy of the arrow, of course, would depend on the power of the potential enemy. Don't think about that yet. Concentrating on his task, Sonny moved forward, reached the strange shape, and opened his eyes. He observed it through the mass of murky water. The shape was a piece of torn alloy. It was around 10 meters in length and slightly less in width. The tough material was viciously bent and broken, with jagged edges and deep cracks crawling through its surface. It seemed to have been torn away from a larger whole by something large and incredibly powerful. However, there was no rust on the damaged metal, suggesting that it had not spent a lot of time in the water. Sonny got closer, feeling as if he recognized the composition and characteristics of the alloy. His mind raced, trying to confirm that familiarity. He placed one hand on the cold metal, remembering. Then, his eyes narrowed and a few bubbles of air escaped from his mouth. Of course, he knew where this strong and thick alloy was used. The same type of metal comprised the inner layers of a naval vessel's reinforced armor, the deformed mass of twisted alloy. It was a broken piece of a battleship's hull. Chapter 899. Only hope. Gasping for breath, Sonny rolled out of the shadows and fell on the wet rocks at the edge of the rolling waves. Streams of water flowed from his armor and his whole body was trembling. Cold. So cold. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and shivered as the wind assaulted him. At that moment, not even his ascended constitution and the memory of ice could protect him from being chilled to the bone. But even then, the claws grasping his heart were much colder. Curse it! Sonny took a step forward, stumbled, then righted himself and stopped. His fists were clenched. Ariadne! It must have been the Ariadne. The broken piece of the hull, the brass button, it all made too much terrible sense. Of course, this evidence alone was not enough to make a definite conclusion, but Sonny was sure of it. His intuition told him that much. No one was coming to rescue the people trapped inside Low 49, and the terror was going to descend upon them soon, without a doubt. Suddenly forlorn, Sonny glanced at the wall of the fortress with a lost look on his face. A few moments passed, accompanied by the howling of the wind. Then he looked down, closed his eyes, and groaned. I'm so tired. It was the cold that made him shrug off this moment of indecisiveness and start to move. No matter the situation, he had to get somewhere warm first. One step and he was on top of the wall. A second step, and he was standing on one of the streets of the settlement. A third step, and he suddenly appeared in the corner of a research laboratory where a group of scientists, including Professor Obel and Bate, were staying under guard. The young woman was the first to notice him. She was slightly startled by the sight. Ascended Sunless, what are you doing here? Sunny looked at her and forced out a pale smile. Don't mind me, I just got cold outside. He stared at Bate with a strangely heavy expression for a few moments and then shook his head. In any case, I'll be going now. Sunny had to see Vern first. He dried himself off, then went back to the security center, feeling the urgent sense of alarm growing louder and louder in his head. Before, Sunny had not known its source and thought that he had days to discover it, but now he wasn't so sure. Maybe there were only hours left before the disaster his intuition was warning him about would happen, maybe even minutes. You're not listening. Sunny glared at Vern as the seconds ticked away. Tick-tock. With each second their fates were coming closer to being sealed, and yet the tall master was being difficult. I am listening. Sunny suppressed the desire to hit the table with his fist. Not only would the table shatter and create a lot of noise, but it would also not help his argument in any way. More than that, he was too tired and had no energy to go around breaking furniture. Then why the hell are you not doing anything? Vern sighed. What am I supposed to do? Sunny blinked. Gather everyone, load them into the transports, and drive away from this cursed place. What else? Vern looked at him for a while, his frown growing deeper. With all due respect, Sunless, you are not making a lot of sense. You are trying to convince me that the Ariadne is not coming, but your only piece of evidence is a button and a piece of metal that you found underwater. We both know how much junk and old wreckage was left in the oceans after the dark times. That armor fragment could have come from anywhere, rust or no rust. Sunny wanted to answer in anger, but managed to hold himself back. Vern was not wrong to doubt his rather unsubstantiated theory. Any good leader would question the validity of such information. The problem was that Vern did not have the benefit of being intimately connected to the strings of fate like Sunny was. He did not have Sunny's intuition. He was blind to fate. Listen, this is what my gut is telling me. Staying here would be a terrible mistake. Nevertheless, Vern remained unmoved. He lingered for a few moments and then shook his head. His next words sounded polite but had a sense of weight to them. I can't gamble with the lives of 1,400 people because of your gut, Sunless. This damned fool, Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. Vern was an experienced government officer. From their brief but intense partnership, it had become clear that he was reserved, methodical, and did things by the book. He had received orders from Army Command to reinforce Low 49 and wait for the naval rescue, and that was what he was determined to do. Breaking an order was not an easy thing for him. His mind was not flexible enough. You have to admit that I at least might be right. So staying is also a gamble. We are outside the parameters of standard procedure, Vern. Can't you think for yourself for once? Although that last statement was a bit rude, Vern did not react much. He just stared at Sunny with his usual serious expression, then turned away and sighed. A few moments later he said quietly, It doesn't matter anyway. Sunny scowled. The words caught him by surprise. What the hell does he mean? What? The older master looked down. Sunless, we are cut off from Army Command. The situation in the north is bad. We don't know how bad, but it has to be dire for so many nightmare creatures to travel freely through the mountains. The last thing we heard was that several Titans had emerged. We don't even know if any of the siege capitals still stand. As he spoke, his tired face grew darker and darker. The terrain between here and the last known encampment of the first evacuation army is a maze, with countless swarms of abominations prowling in the dark. Our tech is barely working, if at all. Our soldiers are all exhausted or on the verge of collapse. What I am trying to say is that a convoy transporting hundreds of civilian non-combatants won't survive the journey. not with what we have left to protect it. Vern gritted his teeth. So, it's not that I refuse to entertain the idea that the Ariadne won't arrive. It's that I can't, because that ship is our only hope. His words echoed in the empty room of the security center, making Sonny feel even colder. Chapter 900. Don't Look Back. A somber silence settled in the conference room of the security center. Eventually, Vern was the first to break it. Straightening, he looked at Sonny and said in a heavy tone, The best I can do is ask for volunteers among my awakened, to risk falling asleep. Some of them might die, but a few should return with the news from the dream realm. Then we can discuss evacuation by land. Sonny stared at him without saying anything. His anger was suddenly gone, and instead, all that was left was fatigue, regret, and a vague feeling of dark resentment. Damn it all! If Vern indeed sent volunteers into the dream realm, even knowing that it would be a one-way trip for some of them, they would return in about 8 hours. Finding out what was happening up north would help Sonny tremendously, but 8 hours was too long. His growing panic was already almost suffocating. He did not know if they had 8 minutes left, let alone 8 hours. There's no time, you can't. Vern leaned on the table and closed his eyes for a moment. It was hard to know what was going through his mind, but Sonny somehow knew that he would not be able to convince the stern officer. His heart felt cold. Ah, that feeling, this bitter feeling. I have not tasted it in a while, I think. At that moment, Vern suddenly said, A large convoy won't make it, but a single, robust vehicle probably can. Sonny frowned, struggling to follow the line of thought, perhaps due to his exhaustion. What exactly do you mean? The older master looked at him and shrugged with strange calmness. I mean that we don't have to put all our eggs in one basket. Your mission is not to protect every person in this facility, Sunless. Unlike mine, your mission is to rescue one specific, high-value target. Both of us have to carry out our duty to the best of our ability, though. So, take Professor Obel, load up your app, and leave immediately. This way, even if your theory is right, it won't be a total loss for humanity. There was a lot that had been said and a lot that had remained unsaid, but there was no need to speak some words aloud. The two masters looked at each other for a few moments, a silent understanding between them. In the end, the corner of Sonny's mouth twitched. I still think that you are wrong. People don't know what is possible and what is impossible until they try it. Well, that was often the case, at least in my life. Vern simply nodded. Then prove me wrong, Sunless. I wish you luck. Sonny grimaced, lingered for a second or two, and then turned around. A moment later, he was gone from the room. He had nothing more to say and no time to waste. There was no time at all. Feeling a frightening sense of urgency, Sonny used Shadow Step to appear directly inside the research center. This time, Bate was even more surprised to see him. Are you? Wait, no way. Master Sunless, do you perchance keep frightening me just for fun? He shook his head, looked around, and then beckoned for the young woman to come closer. What he had to say needed to be kept from other ears. Frowning, Bate left Professor Obel's side and walked over to where he was standing. Grabbing her by the shoulder, Sonny unceremoniously dragged the young woman to an adjacent room. Wah, what the hell do you think you're? He closed the door and turned around, his sunken, manic eyes making Bate shudder. Be quiet and listen. There has been a change of plans. With no time to explain everything in detail, Sonny just told her the necessary parts, that the professor was in danger, and that he had to be evacuated immediately. That sudden revelation was hard to digest, and there would be a potentially fatal delay if Bate refused to listen immediately, so Sonny constructed his words in a way that played on her deeply ingrained values, loyalty to the old man and the desire to keep him alive. Bate's eyes widened. But why come to me? Why didn't you just approach the professor? Professor Obel is a noble man. He would be reluctant to leave his people to save himself. So, I need you to persuade him. Fast. You know him best, after all. The young woman still did not understand. But can't we just take everyone? Her voice was small. Sonny looked at her somberly, knowing that was something that he couldn't do. My vehicle can only carry so many people. Now go and do what I said. Every minute we waste can mean the difference between life and death. Bate nodded in a daze, then slowly turned around, rearranged her lab coat and left the room. Sonny looked through the crack of the open door at the scientists surrounding the professor and then turned around in shame. However, this self-indulgence only lasted a second. He had no time for regret, too. Not caring about the expenditure of essence, Sonny traveled through the shadows and soon appeared near the rhino. He could feel 3 shadows inside, while Luster, Kim, and Quentin were standing in front of the app. Noticing him, they straightened their postures. "Captain, sir." I did as you told." Sonny glanced at Luster and nodded. "Go and run the startup sequence. I want the rhino to be ready to depart at any second." The young man's eyes turned into circles, but he swiftly dove into the hatch without asking any questions. Sonny, Kim, and Quentin were left alone in the biting cold. Feeling his heart beating wildly, Sonny looked up at the sky. The sky was covered by white haze. The blizzard is starting again. At that moment, Quentin cautiously asked, "Captain." "I am sorry, but what exactly is happening?" He gave the gallant healer a short glance. "We're leaving." Both his subordinates seemed startled. "Leaving? Right now? But why?" Sonny lingered with the answer. "Because we have orders to keep the VIP alive." That seemed to make them stop asking questions. A minute passed, then another. His bloodstream was full of adrenaline, as though he was in the middle of a battle. Time crawled at a snail's pace, and for some reason Sonny felt as though he was locked inside a pillory, waiting for the guillotine's blade to come down. Walk faster, damn it! His instincts were screaming that they had to leave low 49 now. Finally, 2 figures appeared from the milky white haze. Professor Obel was walking stiffly, with a troubled face. Bate was both supporting him and carrying a small bag. The old man stopped near Sonny and looked at him with a solemn expression. He hesitated to speak. "Young man, I hear that you will be taking us away now." Sonny nodded. "Yes, Professor. Get inside, please. Hurry, I'll explain later." They entered the rhino and closed the hatch. While Bate was looking around with subdued curiosity, Luster sent the heavy vehicle moving. The sentries had already been informed by Vern, so they opened the gate and allowed the irregulars to drive through them. Until the last second, Sonny was certain that something would go horribly wrong, but somehow it didn't. The rhino drove away from the fortress, passed by the fleet of transports parked outside, and disappeared into the white wall of the blizzard. Only when the lights of the facility vanished from view did Sonny feel an almost overwhelming sense of relief. He leaned, no, almost crashed, on the bulkhead behind him and let out a trembling breath. We made it. We made it in time. Although there were many confused and concerned gazes aimed at him, Sonny remained silent. Slowly, the distance between the rhino and the lunar observatory 49 grew larger and larger. A kilometer, then another, then a dozen. They were leaving it behind. Sometime later, when the heavy vehicle traversed approximately half the length of the coastal plain, separating the ocean shore from the mountains, Sonny commanded Luster to stop and hide the rhino in the wreckage of a massive war machine left behind from the dark times. He closed his eyes and concentrated for a few minutes. His shadows made sure that there were no nightmare creatures laying around in wait. After that, Sonny inhaled deeply. "The call is not too strong here. It should be condition green, so congratulations, guys, you can finally rest." Despite their unease and doubts, his soldiers reacted to that statement with visible excitement. They too were on the verge of collapse from fatigue and exhaustion. "Luster, Kim, and Dorn, you guys sleep first. The other 3, keep watch and take care of our guests." They nodded, already knowing their roles. "Yes, sir, but, Captain, what about you?" Sonny looked at Bell with a dark expression. "I have something to do." He headed for the exit hatch. Bate tried to get in his way with a question, but he simply looked at her and the young woman suddenly backed away. Exiting the Rhino, Sonny walked into the blizzard and then summoned the nightmare. His loyal steed rose from the shadows, its eyes burning with dreadful crimson flames. Jumping into the saddle, Sonny sent it galloping through the snow. He left one shadow to stand guard near the Rhino, of course. By now, the range at which he could control it was past 13 kilometers. That was more or less half the current distance between the Rhino and Low 49. He flew back south, summoning the closed, featureless helmet of the Undying Chain to protect himself from the cutting wind. His shadow sense spread outward, replacing sight that was useless in the furious snowstorm. Stopping at the very edge of Shadow Control's range, Sonny remained in the saddle and sent another shadow forward. It slid south with tremendous speed and eventually reached the walls of the facility. There were formidable turrets on them, powerful spotlights flooding the immediate vicinity of the fortress with light, snowflakes dancing in the wide beams. The gates that the Rhino had left no more than an hour ago were tightly shut. A fleet of transport vehicles was parked in front of it, covered in snow, their initial purpose long forgotten. The blizzard obscured the world, and for a moment, just like when he had first arrived, Sonny felt a pang of fear. It was as though the whole facility was empty, with only ghosts populating its streets. Only, this time, his fear came true. There was no one standing watch on the walls. No soldiers patrolled the deserted streets. The building stood empty, with screens still showing recordings of entertainment programs, food laying on the plates and coffee growing cold in the mugs. But there were no people. There were no scientists in the research laboratory and no officers in the security center. The feed of the functioning security cameras showed no movement throughout the whole settlement. The doors of the living quarters where the civilians had been confined were still locked, but there was no one inside. There were no signs of struggle and no fresh footprints in the snow covering the ground outside. Everything was just still. 1,400 people had disappeared into thin air. They seemed to have simply vanished, like they had never existed at all. Many kilometers away, Sonny looked at the southern wall of the fortress through the eyes of his shadows. He felt compelled to send the shadow forward and gaze at the dark ocean once more. But in the end, with a shiver, he decided against it. Soon the shadow returned. Wrapping it around his body, Sonny commanded Nightmare to turn around and rode into the blizzard without looking back. Maybe he did not want to. And maybe he simply did not dare. Shadow Slave Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 901. Degrees of Danger. Well, actually, it was black. Shrouded in the darkness of the long night, Sonny rode north through the wailing hurricane of snow. To his eyes, which could see through any shadows, the snow appeared as light gray, bordering on white. The way back was not long enough to deal with thoughts and emotions raging in his heart, but luckily, Sonny had too many worries about the future to drown in the regrets of the past. Doesn't matter anyway. Vern was dead and everyone else was also dead. None of the people Sonny had come to know in the past weeks survived. Now, all he could do was make sure that his soldiers, Professor Obel and Bate, did not share their fate. That was not going to be an easy task. Soon, the wreckage of the old war machine appeared in view. Sonny dismissed Nightmare, walked into the rusted metal frame and lingered for a few moments in front of the Rhino. Then, he opened the hatch and climbed inside. Quentin, Samara, and Belle were keeping watch, each of them tense and ready for battle. Noticing him, the irregulars sighed with relief. "Captain, you're back," Sonny nodded. "Did anything happen in my absence?" Quentin shook his head. "There were no nightmare creatures yet. Professor Obel and Miss Bate were both exhausted, so they're sleeping. We settled the professor in your quarters. I hope you do not mind." He remained silent for a moment, then added with a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Of course, we are keeping an eye on them, in case one or both have become carriers of the spell." Sonny did not particularly care about the accommodations at that moment, so he simply nodded. The first point of Quentin's short report was the most important. No nightmare creatures yet. That could change at any point. In fact, he had taken a risk by allowing his soldiers to sleep and leaving the rhino, even if one of his shadows had stayed back to observe the surroundings and be a potential exit point of Shadow Step. Out here in the wild expanse of the Antarctic Center, it was nightmare creature country now. Hordes of them moved through the mountains, many spilling down onto the coastal plain. A transient swarm could have stumbled on the cohort's camp at any moment, so it was not secure. But security was a thing of the past now. Before, he had had choices that were safe and choices that were dangerous. But after leaving the protection of Low 49 and its thick walls, he could only choose between different degrees of danger. It was all about calculating the probable risk. Even then, with his faded attribute, such calculations were more or less useless. Grimacing, Sonny covered his face with a hand and then rubbed it. He was too tired and numb to care right now. He needed rest too. Well, I am going to take a nap then. Wake me up if there's movement outside. Since his comfortable bed was currently occupied by Professor Obel, Sonny climbed into one of the free sleeping nooks and closed his eyes. How risky was it to fall asleep right now? Before letting his consciousness plunge into the comfortable embrace of darkness, he summoned Saint and ordered her to guard the rhino from the shadows. That was all Sonny could do. The night never ended and morning never came. When Sonny woke up, the world was exactly the same as it had been before. The raging blizzard enveloped the world, obscuring the cold, dark sky. He had been pulled out of his dreamless slumber by the wholesome of a sleeping pod opening nearby. Opposite him, a panel on the wall of the rhino slid away, revealing a sleeping niche hidden behind it. Dorn's massive figure could be seen inside. The giant man had drawn a short straw when they were assigned the transport vehicle, since standard pods were a little bit too small for his prodigious body. Watching him climbing out of one was slightly comical every time. Sonny did not smile, though. Making sure that his shadows and Saint did not perceive any threat, he left his niche. Soon, Luster and Kim woke up too. Quentin, Bell, Samara, U-turn. The three irregulars could not wait to get some long-awaited rest. Their exhaustion and desire to sleep were so overwhelming that they did not even linger to listen to the report that their colleagues had brought from the dream realm. A minute later, all three were gone into the sleeping pods. Sonny studied Kim, Luster, and Dorn. They looked much better than they had yesterday. Even though one night of rest was not enough to remove all the accumulated fatigue, awakened were resilient creatures. Sonny, who had only slept a few hours, felt utterly broken instead of rested himself. However, that feeling would pass soon. So, his soldiers glanced at each other. After a few moments, Dorn was the first one to speak. "It's not good, Captain." This time, Sonny did smile. Wow, who could have thought? The giant man nodded awkwardly and then started the report. From what we were able to find out, East Antarctica is still under human control, but the Antarctic Center, it's all a big mess. His face darkened. The Saints were eventually able to kill one of the Titans, but two more remain. A chunk of the mountain chain was destroyed in the battle too, but that's not the worst of it. Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. "Tusk come clean with it." Dorn looked down. "The siege capital that our division was supposed to establish. It is gone, wiped out of the map completely. The survivors, whoever remains, both soldiers and civilians, are in the process of trying to retreat to other strongholds. There's no organized First Army force left from here to Mount Erebus, sir." Sonny remained silent for a long time, a resentful expression appearing on his face. Just like that, their 400 kilometers journey seemed to have just turned into a 1,000 kilometers journey. Chapter 902. State of Affairs. Dorn, Kim, and Luster brought other news from the dream realm too. All of it was fragmented and chaotic, since the First Army itself did not seem to have a strong hold on what was happening throughout the Antarctic Center. With all modern forms of communication down, Whatever information trickled in and was disseminated through the dream realm was doomed to be incomplete, and often became obsolete on arrival. The lack of reliable intelligence was the worst fear of all armies. The strange blizzard raging across the Antarctic center was the cause of the collapse of the interaction network. It was attributed to one of the Titans that had emerged around a month ago, designated as the Winter Beast. The Titan's current location was unknown, but its impact could be felt throughout the region. The field army tasked with evacuating the Antarctic center was in a rough spot. The southern reach of the landmass, where Sonny and his cohort were currently stuck, was lost and all but abandoned. People were scrambling to preserve the remaining 6 siege capitals, not knowing when and where the Titans would strike next. Even worse, the Titans were merely the harbingers of a new phase of the chain of nightmares. The frequency and potency of the opening gates seemed to have increased drastically, and countless nightmare creatures were pouring into the waking world every day. In other words, humans in the Antarctic center were in trouble, and Sonny was in the biggest trouble of all. Wonderful! His soldiers had not only received information, but also reported the cohort's current status and location. The information was going to take some time reaching Master Jet, and then more time would pass to get her response back to Sonny. For now, he had nothing to do. Sonny contemplated for a few minutes whether he should start moving north immediately, or remain in place for a few days to give his soldiers time to recuperate and learn more about what was happening in the region. In the end, he decided to postpone the decision for when the second shift of sleepers returned from the dream realm. Keeping the rhino static in the open was not an ideal situation, but neither was blindly venturing into the mountains. Either way, there was a big chance that a disaster would find them, but at least the former choice gave his soldiers a chance to get back to their peak battle states. There were also the 2 civilians to think about. After Kim, Custer, and Dorn finished their report, Sonny moved to the compact kitchen of the large vehicle, summoned the covetous coffer, and concentrated on preparing a hearty breakfast for the crew of the Rhino. Cooking always made him feel calmer. He wondered about a lot of things. How close was the Second Army to being assembled? What were the great clans doing? How hard would it be to reach the distant siege capital which stood near Mount Erebus? That city was famed for its well-off geothermal fields. At least they would not be cold anymore after getting inside its walls. He also wondered how Rain was doing. Was she worried about his long silence, perhaps? Was she in the midst of a first nightmare? He could visit the ivory tower and ask one of the cohort members to check up on her. Effie was quite close with Rain, and so was Nephi's. Kai kept in touch with Aiko, who was responsible for taking care of Rain in Sonny's absence, and Cassie seemed to know everything about everyone in general. But no, he could not go right now. There was a difference between taking a nap and leaving for the dream realm. The former would make him several seconds late to react to danger, but the latter would make him miss it completely. With how dire the situation was, he could not allow himself to be absent. Soon, the smell of cooking food brought everyone inside the Rhino to the lounge area. Even Professor Obel and Bate woke up because of it. Sonny secretly studied the old man, trying to ascertain his condition. The professor seemed to be holding up well, considering how sudden their departure had been. He still seemed ancient and fragile, but there were no signs of a sudden deterioration of his health. Nevertheless, Bate used a portable medical scanner to take a few readings, and then produced a batch of medicine pills and supplements from her bag, acting like a concerned nurse. Sonny placed plates of fragrant curry on the table, as well as a pot of coffee and several bars of dark chocolate for the dessert. Considering their situation, this modest meal seemed strangely opulent. Before eating, Professor Obel looked around with curiosity, then smiled and uttered in his usual friendly tone, That is an impressive machine you have here, Master Sunless. Luster, who was already bringing a spoonful of curry to his mouth, paused and grinned. It is, isn't it? Of all the vehicles I've driven, our rhino is the most fearsome. This one time we had to plow through a whole swarm of low-rank nightmare creatures. Ah, it was spectacular. The old man smiled. It's conducive to see this design still being used and kept up to date. I knew the engineer who initially created this apt concept, you see. Of course, back then it was far less advanced. Spelltech was not even in its infancy, so the solutions she proposed to make such a massive vehicle move at an acceptable pace were nothing short of revolutionary. Sonny tilted his head, trying to imagine it. A world without Spelltech. It was hard to conceive of such a thing. And yet, Professor was obviously right. Just half a century ago, it had not existed. Everyone ate, knowing that they would need a lot of energy to face what was about to come. At some point, though, Bate threw a complicated glance at Sonny and asked, "Now that things seem to have calmed down a bit, can you finally explain what prompted this sudden turn of events, Master Sunless? Why did we have to leave Low 49 in such a hurry? Not that I am doubting your decisions, though." He remained silent for a bit, sipping his coffee. What was there to say? Sonny shrugged. Its begive rise to the Ariadne was disrobed, and Low 49 is gone. Everyone back there is dead. The 9 of us are the only ones who survived. Chapter 903. Abstract numbers. His words caused a dead silence to settle over the rhino. Luster, Cum, and Dorn froze, grave expressions appearing on their faces. Professor Obel looked down, suddenly appearing even more fragile and old. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Bates' eyes widened. What? What do you mean dead? That is impossible. Sonny looked at her silently and then shook his head. This is the era of the nightmare spell. Anything is possible, and terrible things are doubly possible. In fact, they are all but inevitable. We were lucky to get out in time, but the others were not. That is all there is to it. His voice was full of grounded confidence, but in fact, Sonny felt very unsettled. He was not entirely sure if he was trying to convince Bate or himself. Professor Obel, who had been born during the dark times and lived through the horrors of the first generation, seemed to understand what Sonny was trying to say. He must have experienced many such calamities throughout his long life and lost a lot of friends. His young assistant, however, did not. Looking at Sonny with a pale face, she forced out, "But," he interrupted her. "Don't think about it too much. Concentrate on your own survival instead. We are not out of the woods yet, and what is to come is far more important than something that is already over. And it is over." With that, the conversation died down. The previous lively atmosphere disappeared as if it had never existed. Sonny studied the faces of people gathered in the lounge area and then stood up. He did not really want to console and manage anyone's feelings right now. They were all adults. Actually, he was the youngest person here, so why was he the one who had to take care of everyone? Well, because he was in charge, both in terms of power and authority, and with those uninvited also came responsibility. How irritating. Sonny hesitated for a few moments and then said, "The best way to honor those that are gone is to make sure that we don't follow them, so rest well and gather your strength. I'll keep watch outside." He sighed and walked away, leaving them behind. Climbing to the roof of the rhino, Sonny commanded Saint to dismiss Morgan's warbow and summoned it into his own hands. Then he shivered, enveloped by snow. Chilling wind howled through the rusted frame of the ancient war machine, the remains of which rose from the ground like the bones of a giant beast. Even though staying outside was cold and uncomfortable right now, he preferred it to being in the company of other humans. There was a lot for him to think about. Observing the surrounding area through the senses of his shadows, Sonny closed his eyes. There was no way back, and the path ahead was dangerous and unclear. Remaining in this spot was not at all safe, as well. Funnily enough, The unnatural blizzard not only made it harder for humans to see the approaching nightmare creatures before they launched into a frenzied attack, but also hid them from the sight of the abominations. Unless a swarm stumbled directly on the rusty wreckage, it would pass by this shelter without catching the smell of human souls inside. That at least played in Sonny's favor. Before he knew it, his thoughts wandered back to the lost personnel of Low 49. 1,400 people. 16, even if he counted those that had died in the weeks before. Just like that, so many lives had been lost. It was expected, actually. With a strange grimace, Sonny remembered hearing about the chain of nightmares from Master Jet for the first time. Back then, he was rather callously indifferent. What did the fates of humans in Antarctica have to do with him? Their number was much higher than 1,400 too. There were 700 million people living in the southern quadrant, and he had not been inclined to give a damn about a single one. At least not enough to risk his life over it. He was still indifferent. 700 million was too large of a number to conceive of. It was too distant and abstract. When speaking about millions of people, people stopped being people and turned into numbers. Sonny did not wish them ill, but he also could not bring himself to care about mere numbers. But soldiers and civilians that had died in Low 49 were different. Even though 1,400 could not compare to 700 million to him, they were real. He had lived with them, shared bread with them, and fought side by side with them. He had come to know them as people, and not numbers. So their deaths affected Sonny much more than the potential evisceration of the whole quadrant. Knowing what he knew now, he couldn't help but see the First Army and its mission in a different light. There would be much more death, for sure. The government had an ambitious goal of evacuating the whole continent, but their plan was already bursting at the seams. Many more people were going to die. Millions of them. In the end, how many of the 700 million would be saved? 600, 5, even less, of course he had no way of knowing. So, how did it make him feel? Was he outraged, motivated, burning with resolve? Did he find conviction? Not really. Letting out a bitter breath, Sonny whispered, "Such a waste." All he felt was contempt. It was such a waste, all of it. Of human lives, resources, and potential. It made him sick to know that the world was gobbling up so much, while the people who could have prevented it from happening were too busy fighting among each other. Those bastards. In the end, all Sonny could do was follow his advice and concentrate on himself, and that which belonged to him. He couldn't save 700 million people, but he could make sure that he, his soldier, and civilians in his care would make it to the other side of this disaster alive. That, at least, he could possibly manage. Chapter 904. A journey of 1,000 miles 2 days later, they finally received a word from Master Jet. The message, which had passed through several people before reaching Sonny, was simple: retreat to Erebus and rendezvous with Davis and his cohort of irregulars there. Godspeed. Sonny took a deep breath after hearing the news. It was as he had expected, even though a small hope that some miraculous help would be sent to assist them on the 1,000-kilometer journey had been still somehow aflame in his heart. Now, it was completely extinguished. With that, the cohort's short period of rest was over. It was a good thing, too. Over the past couple of days, Sonny killed several nightmare creatures that had wandered close to the camp. Strangely, there had not been as many of them as one would have expected, and he was quick to dispose of the bodies. Still, the smell of blood was slowly permeating the area, and pretty soon it was bound to attract bigger threats. The blizzard was still raging outside the wreck of the old war machine. Piercing the swirling snow with beams of light, the rhino growled as it drove forward and abandoned its temporary shelter. Accelerating, it then moved north, toward the slopes of the towering mountains. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense, but as minutes passed without anything lunging an unexpected attack on the APC, everyone calmed down a little. Except for Sonny. He had no plans of calming down until they safely reached the stronghold of the first evacuation army. In fact, he would prefer if his people remained tense and paranoid as well. But there was such a thing as too much pressure, too. People tended to break if subjected to persistent and overwhelming stress without any chance to take a breath. Actually, his soldiers were holding up surprisingly well, considering everything they had gone through in the past 2 months, and for a good reason. One of the criteria he had chosen these particular awakened by was their mental resilience, after all. Even Luster, who seemed like a carefree fool most of the time, was enduring the rigors of the calamitous Antarctica campaign with a surprising tenacity. Maybe it was exactly that light-hearted and frivolous personality of his that made the young man so immune to despair. Do I need to learn from Luster? That was something Sonny had never expected to think about. The rhino drove forward, and, hidden by the veil of snow, Saint and Nightmare followed it from a small distance. Even though the mountains were obscured from view by the snowstorm, the jagged peaks were getting closer and closer. Sonny's shadows prowled outside, scouting the path ahead. Just before they reached the terminus that separated the coastal highway, which stretched along the whole length of the Antarctic center, from the road leading to the former Low 49, and the path that took a turn to climb high into the mountains, one of the shadows noticed something strange in the snow. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, frowning. Then he moved closer to the pilot's seat and spoke calmly. "Turn to the left a little and slow down. We are going to take a stop in a couple of kilometers." Luster obediently followed his instructions, gradually slowing down. Eventually, the massive vehicle came to a halt. Sonny opened the hatch and dove into the blizzard, the polished black wood of the cruel sight's shaft falling silently into his hand. Struggling against the wind, he then walked forward and stopped in front of a tall pile of snow. Less than 100 meters forward was the terminus of the coastal highway, with several empty buildings standing with their doors ajar. Some distance away to his left was the ocean, which made Sonny feel very tense. Right now, however, his attention was concentrated on the tall mound in front of him. Under a thick layer of snow, portions of a massive carcass could be seen. The nightmare creature had not been dead for long, a day at most, maybe 2. From a cursory look, it had been a demon, probably of the awakened rank. Judging by the vicious wounds covering its body, it had not been killed by human weapons, and as if to illustrate that point, large sections of the carcass seemed to have been devoured. Strange. Nightmare creatures were known to fight amongst themselves on occasion, but only in the dream realm. Out here in the waking world, there were too many human bodies for them to tear apart, and too many human souls to devour. So even when different tribes of abominations collided with each other, they rarely showed any sign of hostility. Hunting down much tastier prey always took precedence. However, with how many nightmare creatures were currently rampaging across Antarctica, and how concentrated the human population had become due to being moved to a small number of siege capitals, things could have changed. If there were instances of infighting between the abominations, it could potentially help the mission of the First Army tremendously. Of course, Sonny prevented himself from becoming too optimistic about that prospect. He had more important and immediate concerns anyway. A nightmare creature capable of slaughtering an awakened demon had to be sufficiently strong, and it could still be near. What kind of abomination was it, and where had it gone? Was it alone or accompanied by a whole swarm of other monsters? If he managed to deduce something about the nature of the enemy from the corpse, he would be able to better prepare to deflect the threat. Sadly, the dead demon did not offer any clues. The only thing Sonny found out was that the killer was not too fearsome, since there were signs of a furious confrontation all over the place. If the other party was truly powerful, their victory would have been entirely one-sided. Waste of time. Shaking his head, Sonny was just about to turn back when he sensed something through his shadows. One of them had glided a bit further up the highway and was currently observing some disturbances in the blizzard. He slowed down, turning to the north. "What is that?" A moment later, a troubled expression appeared on Sonny's face. Chapter 905. Bearer of bad news. The shadow hid on the slope of a tall cliff, observing the wide highway that stretched north between the Montaigne and the ocean. The world was obscured by a white wall of snow, but it could feel slight tremors running through the ground. Something was approaching. A few moments later, two bright dots appeared inside the blizzard, slowly growing larger as their source drew closer. Then, powerful beams of light cut through the snowstorm, making the shadow shift its position. Several kilometers away, Sonny frowned with a troubled expression. People. What approached from the north was not a swarm of nightmare creatures or a lumbering monstrosity, but a small procession of civilian transports, accompanied by a handful of military vehicles. They cut through the blizzard, rolling down the highway at a slow speed. Several of them appeared battered and barely functioning. Soldiers could be seen manning the turrets, shivering in the vicious cold. His scowl deepened. "What are they doing here?" "Luster. Bring the rhino to the edge of the coastal highway, leaving the carcass of the dead demon behind." Sonny walked forward. A few minutes later, he was standing on the snow-covered surface of the highway, with the rhino positioned behind him. His silhouette was drawn against the backdrop of the blizzard by the beams of two powerful spotlights. The convoy was already close, but they did not notice him yet. Striking the butt of the cruel sight into the ground, Sonny hesitated for a moment, and then activated the Light Eater enchantment. Immediately, the silver blade of the spear shone with brilliant light. It was as though a small sun bloomed in his hand. Somewhere behind, Bell and Dorn emerged from the apk, carrying their weapons with guarded expressions. Samara had climbed to the roof of the vehicle and was now laying on it, resting her chin on the stock of her rifle. The other three irregulars remained inside, protecting Professor Obel and Bate. The radiance of the cruel sight was too intense to not be noticed. Finally, the soldiers protecting the small convoy reacted, turning the turrets in the direction of the unknown threat. Their faces were tense and frightened. The lead vehicle slowed down. "I hope those fools don't start shooting blindly." Using the extraordinary rock and its sonorous enchantment, Sonny augmented the volume of his voice. Calm and oppressive, it rolled across the highway, easily breaching through the howling of the wind. "This is Captain Sunless of the 1st Irregular Company. Think twice before you shoot." Luckily, the soldiers seemed to have preserved at least some of their composure. No bullet flew in his direction. Not that a mundane bullet would be able to do him serious harm, let alone scratch the surface of the undying chain. A few minutes later, the lead vehicle of the strange convoy came to a screeching halt not too far away from the rhino, forcing the transports to follow suit. A figure in a military uniform emerged from it, hesitated for a bit, and then headed toward Sonny. Judging by the lack of an armor-type memory and the way the man was holding to the collar of his coat, shivering in the cold, his was a mundane human. While the soldier walked, Sonny's shadows got closer to the convoy and studied it. The transports were full of frightened civilians, and their military chaperones were few and far between. Everyone seemed to be in a rough shape, tired and numb. There were women, children, and elderly among the refugees, all scared and exhausted, but not a lot of men. And there was not a single awakened among them. Sonny's mood turned darker and darker. Finally, the soldier walked close enough to see him. Raising a hand to shield his eyes from the rhino's lights, he mumbled in a startled voice, "It really is the devil." Sonny looked at him with a frown. "I can hear you, you know." The soldier flinched and then lowered his hand, trying to stand at attention. "Oh, sir, sorry, sir." His voice, despite the effort to sound professional, sounded haunted. Sonny sighed and shook his head. "At ease." Then he looked past the man's shoulder at the battered convoy, wondering what it was doing here. "Please explain who you are and why you are in this area. I thought that the First Army abandoned the southern reach of the Antarctic Center." The soldier remained silent for a while. Eventually, he said, "Sir, you must know that our division suffered heavy losses when the siege capital we were building was destroyed. A sufficient number of us had time to evacuate, taking the civilians with us. However, the aftermath was chaotic." Sonny did not know the details of how the city had been obliterated, except for that it had been done by a Titan. Nevertheless, he could imagine the panic and mayhem that had ensued in the aftermath. He nodded. The man let out a heavy sigh. "Most of those who escaped retreated north, but for many of us, that direction was cut off. We gathered as many people as we could and eventually headed south." Something about that story did not sit right with Sonny. He interrupted the tired soldier. "You made it all the way here driving on the highway. Staying so close to the ocean was too dangerous." Even Sonny did not dare choose that convenient but dire path. How did a bunch of mundane soldiers survive it? The man's face grew bleak. He lingered for a while and then said grimly, "There were a lot more transports in the convoy at the start of it, Captain. This is just the ones that remain. I have 340 free civilians in my care and 40 soldiers." Sonny sighed. "Ah." Now things were making much more sense. Put in a somber mood, he asked, "There were no awakened assisting you?" The soldier shook his head. "There were. They stayed back to buy us time. That was a week ago, sir." Sonny thought that he understood the full picture, except for one most important thing. "Why come so far south?" He stared at the man for a bit and then asked directly, "But why would you head here of all places? Why not circle back and head north to one of the remaining siege capitals?" The answer soon came, making the corner of his eye twitch. "Evacuation, sir. After the initial chaos died down, the awakened escorts, they were still alive back then, received orders through the dream realm. We were to proceed to a facility called Low 49, rendezvous with the battleship Ariadne that is supposed to be waiting for us there, and escape. Although, we are a little late, just by a day or two." Sonny stared, lost for words. The soldier suddenly seemed excited. "Captain Sunless, sir, have you come from that facility? Were you sent to escort us the rest of the way?" Exposed to that hopeful gaze, Sonny felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He lingered with the answer, but his flaw only allowed him to remain silent for so long. Eventually, he opened his mouth and said simply, "No, the Ariadne was destroyed and Low 49 is lost. I am sorry to say this, soldier, but you and your men have made it all the way here for nothing." Chapter 906. Moral Conundrum. Sonny had never seen a few words crush a man's spirit so thoroughly. Except for maybe himself, when Nephis had spoken his true name and commanded him to leave her for dead on the forgotten shore. The soldier managed to remain standing, but he looked like a marionette with its strings cut. All light was extinguished from his eyes. He remained motionless for a while and then turned slightly, throwing a forlorn glance at the small, battered fleet behind him. Sonny could imagine how he felt. After surviving the cataclysmic destruction of the siege capital, these people weathered untold horrors to make it this far alive. What had kept them going was probably the hope that salvation was drawing closer and closer. And now, when they almost reached the destination, that hope was cruelly crushed. He sighed. "It just happened a few days ago. The news would not have reached you. My people and I are the only ones who survived." The soldier looked down, silent. Eventually he asked, "If I may ask, what are your plans now, sir?" Sonny looked at him with a deadpan expression. "My orders are to proceed to the Erebus Field siege capital to rendezvous with another cohort of the 1st Irregular Company." Suddenly, a tentative spark appeared in the soldier's eyes. "Master Sunless, sir, will you consider?" Sonny knew what he was going to say. It was not that hard to guess. He wanted to laugh. In fact, he almost did. It took a lot of self-control to remain outwardly calm. A bitter, familiar, unhinged laugh got stuck somewhere in his throat. Of course, Sonny knew. The soldier was going to ask if the irregulars would escort the civilian convoy to safety. Why wouldn't he? They had persevered for the last week without any awaken to protect the handful of transports from the rampaging nightmare creatures. And even though their hope of sailing to safety aboard the Ariadne was gone, there was an actual master standing in front of them. And not just any master, but one of the most deadly ones in the First Army, accompanied by a cohort of absolute elites. The irregulars were the cream of the crop of human forces. Surely, they wouldn't leave defenseless civilians behind. Surely. The problem was that this decision was not an easy one. Heavily armored and exceedingly maneuverable Rhino could potentially make the 1,000-kilometer journey to Mount Erebus. The flimsy and damaged civilian transports, however, their ability to traverse the mountains was doubtful. At the very least, they would slow down and limit the versatile APC, which would put its crew in danger. By agreeing to take charge of the convoy, Sonny would not only make his task several times harder, but also drastically increase the chance of his own soldiers dying. That was why he wanted to laugh. In Sonny's last conversation with Vern, the stalwart master had told him that it was impossible to get hundreds of civilians through the mountains alive. Back then, Sonny had responded by saying that people could not know what was impossible until they tried it. And now he had to either leave these people to die, or eat his own words and put his money where his mouth was. Oh, this is a good one. This one is great. I see you, faded. The soldier's words died on his lips as he watched Sonny's unmoving face. Sonny remained silent. So, what was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to take responsibility for hundreds of refugees at the expense of his soldiers and Professor Obel, or follow cold logic and do what had to be done, abandoning them to fate? No, but there was no need to hide behind words. There was no fate in this case, only death. What was the right choice? A strange smile appeared on his face. What would a man of conviction do? A man of conviction would have probably stayed at low 49 and died. How complicated. Despite his aspiration to find the elusive thing called conviction and grow stronger through it, Sonny had not had any success in that regard yet. He still stood for nothing and was as unmoored as he had been at the start of it. Some people might have had an unwavering moral compass, but he was not one of them. Sonny mostly acted on a whim and pursued his own narrow interests. In fact, simply hearing someone speak about morality always filled him with suspicion. So he did not have a straightforward answer to what was the right thing to do in this situation. However, Sonny might not have known what he believed in, if there even was such a thing, but he knew what he despised very well. Just a few days ago, he had sat on the roof of the Rhino, full of contempt for the bastards who could have saved countless lives in Antarctica, but decided not to. The damned sovereigns. So, following that logic, wouldn't he be doing the same by leaving the refugees to die in order to serve his personal convenience? What a weird and perverted way of thinking about things. Sonny was honestly nor sure about the validity of that conclusion, or if it even made any sense. But it was the best one he had managed to come up with, so after a long stretch of silence he said, "How much food and clean water do you have left?" The soldier did not seem to understand his question. He stared blankly at Sonny for a few moments and then perked up a little. "We have a large surplus of both food and water, sir. That is one thing we don't lack. We also have a working water filter." Sonny remained silent for a little while and then nodded. "All right. Then you will follow us to Erebus Field. Do note that we will be moving through the mountains. Do not worry, though. My cohort has scouted the road networks in this region of the Antarctic Center extensively. We'll guide you well." The soldier took in a shaky breath and saluted. "Yes, sir." Sonny lingered for a few moments, then asked, "What is your name and rank?" The man responded after a short pause, fidgeting with the collar of his coat. "It's Sergeant Gier, sir." Sonny glanced at the caravan of battered vehicles behind him and sighed. "Here's my order, Sergeant Jeer. From now on, I'll be assuming command of this convoy. You did well getting them here. Leave the rest to me." Chapter 907. Burden of Command. As expected, the refugees were devastated by the news that their salvation had slipped away from their grasp at the last moment. Many of them looked like they were about to give up, but strangely, the terrible change did not end up being as crushing to their already crumbling morale as Sonny had thought it would be. The reason. He was the reason. Or rather, his status and reputation. Although being found by a master was not really comparable to boarding a rescue ship, Ascended were a kind of symbol among humans. Saints were too mysterious and distant, so it were the masters that dwelled in the human subconscious as the epitome of valor, achievement, and might. Sonny did not know about valor and achievement, but Ascended were indeed immensely powerful, and he was more powerful than most. So, when the refugees learned that Master Sunless of the First Irregular Company had taken command of the convoy, many of them were elated despite their extreme exhaustion. He had a fearsome reputation, after all. In fact, Sonny felt that the mundane soldiers had gone out of their way to embellish his achievements as much as they could when they delivered the news. Their purpose was transparent. The soldiers, too, wanted to keep the morale of the civilians from reaching the very bottom of despair. As a result, the refugees regarded him as some sort of intrepid hero, who was both the scourge of nightmare creatures and a dauntless savior of men. When they looked at him, their eyes were full of hope and reverence. Sonny was weirded out by these gazes. Fools, how easy are you to deceive? Did they not hear the part of the story where a whole settlement that he had been stationed at was completely destroyed? But no, they didn't. People just wanted to believe in something that would give them solace, no matter how far removed from the truth their belief might be. It was strangely easy for them to ignore anything that conflicted with such a belief. In the end, making people lie to themselves was the best and most effective kind of deception. Regardless, Sonny was not going to dispel their mistaken impression of him. Not only did it make the refugees easier to control, but there were other things to consider. Namely, the spreading plague of the spell. Now that Sonny knew that a first nightmare was born of a tiny seed, as well, he couldn't help but feel that it could only be planted into fertile soil. Wouldn't a soul that was full of fear and despair be more fertile, while one illuminated by hope less so? If he thought about it like that, it was no surprise that the nightmare spell had descended during the height of the dark times. Back then, the whole world had been drowning in desperation. Maybe by managing the morale of the convoy, he would be able to reduce the number of mundane humans succumbing to the nightmares. Look at me, thinking strategically. Shaking his head, Sonny walked back to the rhino and climbed inside. Remembering the mangled corpse of an awakened demon that rested under the snow less than 100 meters away, he wanted to leave the terminus of the coastal highway as soon as possible. But there were a few things he had to do before that. "Professor Obel, can I speak to you?" The old man had lived through the havoc of the first generation, so he would have valuable insight about the task facing Sonny, without a doubt. And indeed, speaking to the professor gave him a few good ideas. However, something like the chain of nightmares had never happened in the history of the world before, so there was no handbook on how to survive it. He had to come up with his own solutions. 10 minutes later, Sonny gathered his cohort, as well as Professor Obel, Bate, and Sergeant Jeer in the command suite of the Rhino. He didn't waste any time and got straight to business. "The situation is far from being perfect, so I'll be brief. Our first task is to inspect the vehicles of the convoy and service them as needed to make sure that they will be able to make it across the mountains. However, we can't do it here in the open. There is an abandoned military bunker not too far from our position. If all goes well, we will reach it within a day and make camp." His thinking was rather simple. He couldn't have the civilians sleeping in the cramped transports, since the consequences of someone turning into a nightmare creature inside one would be devastating. So, ideally, they needed to find a well-protected campsite every time they needed to rest. The old bunker, which had stood empty since the dark times, was hidden in the mountains at a sufficient distance from the ocean. It was a conducive place to achieve a lot of pressing tasks. Sonny paused and looked at his subordinates with a grim expression. For now, we'll assume a standard march formation. Our immediate task is to reach the bunker without suffering any losses. There are two types of threats we need to be wary of, those from beyond and those from within. I won't say anything about the former since they just mean that we must enter battle with the enemy. The latter, however, I desire soldiers keeping eyes on the civilians at all times. Don't let anyone fall asleep. He lingered for a moment and then added, "Clear one of the transports completely and move all passengers to the other four. That will be our mobile infirmary. If someone does fall asleep, wake them up. If they don't wake, transfer the sleepers to the infirmary and get ready to put them down, should anyone fail the first nightmare." Sergeant Jeer shivered but remained silent. It was not easy for mundane soldiers to fight nightmare creatures, especially not without working exoskeleton armor suits, and inside a moving transport with no space to retreat and maneuver. Sonny had thought about it in advance. There were 5 civilian transports and 4 smaller army vehicles escorting them, so the math wasn't too hard. He looked at his soldiers. Luster will drive the Rhino, while each of you is to be stationed inside one of the transports from now on. Keep the refugees safe and observe your surroundings. If the convoy is ambushed and the enemy gets past me, it's your job to make sure that no one dies, or at least as few of them die as possible. Bell, you will watch over the infirmary. The others divide the transports among yourself. Sergeant Jeer, the crews of the military vehicles will be responsible for themselves. The same protocol applies. The soldier nodded. "Yes, sir." After that, they all stared at him in silence. Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What are you waiting for? Go. I desire to get off the coast as soon as possible." Chapter 908. Delegation. After a short stop, the battered convoy started moving once again. The Rhino was driving at the front, followed by the 5 civilian transports. 2 military vehicles flanked them and 2 more protected the rear. It would not be possible to maintain the formation higher into the mountains, but for now, the roads were wide enough. Taking a turn, they drove away from the coast, slowly climbing higher and higher into the outskirts of the mountains. Observing the multitude of screens in the command suite of the Rhino, Sonny felt thankful for the fact that he had scouted this whole area with his shadows a month ago, while en route to Low 49. He roughly knew the twists and turns of the mountain roads, the shape of the slopes and the deep canyons, and what path to take. He knew where the most dangerous spots were, where a large-scale ambush could be waiting for them, and where it was possible to make camp. This stretch of the mountains was like a maze, and with civilian transports following the Rhino, its mobility was severely reduced. There were only so many paths the convoy could take. Luckily, Sonny remembered them all. Of course, a lot of things could have changed in a month. The devastating battle between the 3 Saints and an unknown Titan had destroyed a few mountain peaks further up north and caused a powerful earthquake. Although only a weak echo of that clash had reached this region, it was still enough to potentially change the topography. There would be rockfalls that had blocked previously clear roads, while some roads would have simply broken down and collapsed. A glacier or two could have come undone, obliterating everything in their path. And of course, there were swarms of nightmare creatures lurking in the dark. There was also snow. The blizzard seemed to be growing weaker, but it had already covered the world with it. As a result, the Rhino was forced to lower its wedge-shaped ram and clear the path forward for the convoy. Just like that, The proud war machine was reduced to playing the role of a snowplow. The progress was tortuously slow. Sonny had to simultaneously scout ahead and think deeply about how to manage the convoy. He wanted to consider as many problems as possible before they actually happened, to hopefully prevent them. It had been easy to command a small cohort, but now hundreds of people were depending on him. The complexity of the task and the amount of moving parts comprising it were giving him a headache. Not to mention the daunting trial of daring to guide a caravan of refugees through a war-torn, apocalyptic expanse of the continent that was being slowly devoured by the inescapable tide of darkness. At least there is no giant tower this time. Sonny smiled bitterly and turned his head, staring at Bate, who was looking at the external camera feed with a detached expression. Feeling his gaze, she looked back. "What?" Sonny studied her for a few moments. "Bate, you have administrative experience, right?" The young woman frowned in confusion. "Sure, I used to do that sort of thing on behalf of the professor. Running a research facility demands a lot of paperwork, you know." He nodded. "Good. Then congratulations, you're in charge of the refugees now." Bate blinked a couple of times. Wait, what do you mean?" Sonny shrugged. "I mean that you are responsible for their well-being. Food, water, health, morale. Find responsible people among the civilians and coordinate with them to solve any problems that you can handle yourself. Report the rest to me. You will be a filter between me and the civilians, understand?" She scowled. "I do, but my priority is the professor." Sonny shook his head and waved a hand dismissively. "He's a civilian too, is he not? Now that we are escorting a convoy of refugees, it's in your own interest to make sure that everything is running smoothly. The safer the convoy is, the safer the old man will be as well. In any case, I need to delegate these things to someone. Otherwise, I won't be able to concentrate on the military side of things, and our safety, including the professors, will be compromised. Would you prefer I entrust the civilian side of things to someone who does not care about him as much?" She glared at him for a few moments, then scoffed. "Fine. I guess I'll be the housekeeper then. You be the guard dog." Sonny grinned. "That sounds swell. From what I hear, all dogs do is sleep all day and get treats. Who wouldn't want to live like that?" The young woman gave him a strange look and didn't answer. Above a mountain road that clung to the side of a canyon, a tall cliff stood, covered in snow. On a deep ledge cutting into its face, veiled by darkness, a dozen monstrous forms lay as they hid from the howling wind. The nightmare creatures were resting, their bloodshot eyes staring aimlessly into the blizzard. Then something changed. As if catching a faint smell, the abomination stirred. The maws opened and their muscles rolled under the desiccated hides. One by one, they rose from the snow and listened. From a distance, a barely audible hum of engines and the rustle of wheels could be heard. Frenzied flames ignited in the eyes of the vile creatures, and hoarse growls escaped from their maws. Using their powerful limbs, the nightmare creatures moved toward the edge of the ledge, lusting to sink their fangs into human flesh. Before they could, however, a shadow suddenly moved between them, and something landed in the middle of the pack, sending snow flying into the air. The abominations only had a moment to see what it was. There between them a graceful knight in intricate onyx armor stood, raising a beautiful jade giant. A split second later, the white blade flashed. Back inside the rhino, Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, listening to the voice of the spell whispering into his ears. The convoy was climbing higher into the mountains. They moved slowly but had not encountered any serious problems yet. A few minutes later, he suddenly received a radio transmission from one of the flanking vehicles. Stir Sunnel." "SS, sir." Sergeant Jeer's voice came through, marred by interference. Sonny manipulated a few switches to improve the quality and asked, "What is it? Is there danger?" The man answered after a short pause with doubt in his voice. Yes, I don't know, sir. It's just that the cliffside ahead, there's blood flowing down it." His voice sounded nervous. The response came a second later, startling the soldier. "Don't mind it. The situation is under control. Keep your eyes open and move forward." Jeer stared at the radio in his hand and then glanced at the soldier near him. He said that the situation is under control. The other soldier shivered. "Then I guess it is." They approached the cliffside, what seemed to be seeping blood, and drove past it. Nothing happened. A few more hours passed, full of similarly strange events. However, no abomination had managed to get close enough to the convoy to pose a serious threat to it. In the evening, when the blizzard had grown thin enough to see the stars in the sky, they finally reached their destination. Up ahead, hidden between tall cliffs, was the entrance to the old, abandoned bunker. That was going to be their base for the next couple of days. Chapter 909. Underground Nest. During the dark times, humanity had come to the brink of destruction. A series of cataclysmic natural disasters had brought it to its knees, causing several waves of mass migrations, each of them accompanied by plagues and famine. Previously arable lands had turned into wastelands, and many resources that had previously been the lifeblood of civilization were suddenly running dry. There had not been enough food for everyone, not enough livable space for everyone, and not enough power source for everyone. So humans had done what they knew best. They had turned to war. The marks left by those devastating wars still haunted the planet. From the polluted air to the derelicts of broken military machines, they littered the earth like scars caused by a deadly infection. The old bunker Sonny was facing right now was one of those scars. He knew neither what army had built it and for what purpose, nor what had happened to those people and why the bunker now stood abandoned. He also did not care. There were always stories about terrifying doomsday weapons hidden in such places, waiting to be unleashed by a carefree explorer, but most of them were just that, stories. In reality, places like that one were usually empty for one simple reason. Everyone had died or left, and those who survived had no need and no capacity to return. Plus, the bunker had already been unsealed a long time ago. Its massive blast doors stood open, covered with snow. Sonny was much more worried about the present than the past. Anything could have made its way inside during the chain of nightmares. If a tribe of nightmare creatures had made a nest in the narrow underground passages, laying siege to the bunker would not be easy. In fact, it was as tough of a task as a military unit could get. But he could not turn back. The civilian transports were crowding the mountain road behind him, with nowhere else to go. The vehicles needed maintenance and repair, and the people inside needed rest. It was his obligation to provide for them. Looking at the dark entrance gloomily, Sonny turned and addressed his cohort. "Prepare yourself. The 7 of us will enter the bunker in 15 minutes. Sergeant Jeer, who stood nearby, hesitated for a few moments. "Sir, what if there are nightmare creatures inside?" Usually, the task of clearing an underground nest would only be entrusted to a much larger and better prepared force. Sonny stared at the soldier silently and then shrugged. "There are. So what?" His shadows were already creeping through the dark bunker, scouting its many chambers and passages. There were indeed abominations hiding underground. A lot of them. They had turned the abandoned complex into their lair some time ago, and its nature was going to make any potential assault both hard to pull off and bloody, for a regular military force. Sonny and his people, however, were elites. He was confident in their ability to clear out the bunker without suffering any losses. They had no other choice anyway. Most of his confidence, though, came from himself. As minutes passed by, Sonny used his communicator to project an image on the snow and started to slowly fill it out as the irregulars watched attentively. Passage after passage, room after room. Soon, a detailed map of the bunker was projected in front of them. Then, Sonny marked every nightmare creature and its position on the map. Lastly, he sketched a rough figure of a snake-like monstrosity and drew several red dots on its body. Those were the weak spots he had observed with Kim's help. Sergeant Jeer stared at the projection, dumbfounded. Not paying him any attention, Sonny addressed the irregulars. There are 94 nightmare creatures inside the bunker as well as several hundred eggs. The plan is simple. We'll go in and clear them all out level after level. The first 2 levels only have awakened abominations, and the heart of the nest seems to be situated on the 4th, with several fallen protecting it. There's not a lot of room to move, so mind the walls. Sam, leave the rifle behind. It won't be of any use underground anyway. He spent the remainder of the 15 minutes going over the important points and explaining what kind of enemy they would be facing. Then, without any fanfare, the cohort brandished their weapons and entered the bunker, disappearing into the darkness without a single radiant memory illuminating their way. Hidden in the shadows, Saint and Nightmare remained outside to guard the convoy. An underground nest was always a dire target. The lack of light, the unpredictable nature of the terrain, the twists and turns of narrow passages that could lead to an ambush at any second, the limited space that made it hard to move and fight. It was a nightmare for a cohort of awakened, especially if the abominations had both the numbers and the home ground advantage on their side. It wasn't too hard for the irregulars, though, because they knew where the enemies were, what the lay of the land was, and had already developed an optimal plan of attack. Even if something unexpected happened, Sonny's shadows were keeping an eye on everything, so the cohort would know about any potential attack in advance. Swiftly moving from room to room, from corridor to corridor, they methodically slaughtered the nightmare creatures. Despite being inside a beast lair, it appeared as though the abominations had found themselves inside an enemy stronghold instead. The awakened seemed to know the structure of the bunker better than its current inhabitants, as well as how to separate, flank, and box the monsters in. There were no avoidable movements, no words spoken. The irregulars were fast, efficient, and deadly. Bell especially seemed to be born for this type of assault, since he could freely phase through walls and attack from any angle. His sword made short work of the monstrous snakes, striking precisely at the vulnerable sections that Kim's aspect had pointed out. Sonny was in full control of the situation. His shadows spread throughout the underground complex, informing him of the movements of the enemy. Whenever there was a possibility of danger appearing, his spear lashed out, obliterating the threat. Whenever there was a change, he adjusted the plan on the fly and informed his soldiers. They went through the first level like the Reaper's scythe, cutting down all living things on it, then did the same on the second. Then the third. In the end, not even the fallen abominations could do anything. The last rabid assault of the nightmare creatures was completely dismantled by an essence trap that had been set up by Samara. Whoever survived the blast was finished off by the melee fighters. Just like that, the deadly nest of powerful abominations was obliterated. As soon as the last of the creatures lost its life, shadows surged across the underground complex, dragging the corpses away to hide them out of sight. About an hour after the cohort had entered the bunker, Sonny emerged from the darkness and breathed in the cold air. Then he looked at the soldiers waiting outside and calmly said, "Bring the transports inside." The soldiers stared at him for a few seconds in silence, then turned around and walked toward the vehicles without saying anything. What was there to say? Chapter 910. Master of Cartography. The old abandoned bunker was not exactly the best place for a few hundreds of exhausted refugees to rest, and that had been before Sonny and his cohort had smeared monster blood all over the place. It was dark, cold, and in no way suited for people to live in. And yet, there was no other choice. They needed a temporary shelter to prepare for the journey ahead, and there was nothing better than this derelict facility for dozens of kilometers around. In the end, the The civilian transports and the military vehicles entered the large hangar behind the blast doors, and the refugees disembarked, throwing frightened gazes at the dark interior of the bunker. The rest was both simple and demanded a lot of work. 6 comparatively clean rooms were designated as living areas, each welcoming around 70 residents. Lighting fixtures were installed, and heater elements were taken off the vehicles and placed in the corners to chase away the cold. Awakened were assigned to the living quarters to keep people safe. There was so much to do that Sonny was momentarily at a loss. People needed blankets, food, medical care, and 100 other things that he had not stopped to think about. Luckily, he did not have to solve all these problems alone. Sergeant Gier already had sufficient experience taking care of the refugees, and Bates seemed to have taken on her responsibility as the civilian representative with zeal. After about an hour of working things out, Sonny was left mostly alone. In the morning, there would be a lot to do, but for now, people just wanted to rest. No one knew when they were going to get a chance to leave the transports again. Sonny himself chose to watch over the infirmary, sending Belle away to a less stressful post. Currently, there were 3 people inside, 2 refugees and a young soldier. All 3 slept as their souls wandered in the first nightmare. Their shallow and rare breaths were almost inaudible. Glancing at them, he summoned his chair, sat on it, and prepared for a long night. Unlike the rest of the convoy, Sonny would not be resting any time soon. There was too much for him to do. He closed his eyes. Above ground, the blizzard finally subsided, and the dark canvas of the mountains could be seen once again. The eerie lights of the aurora danced in the black sky, making it seem as though it was aflame with ghostly fire. Distant stars burned coldly up above. What a sight! Sonny relaxed as his shadows climbed 4 different peaks. Now that the blizzard was gone, he could finally observe the surroundings. He could control his shadows from as far as 13 kilometers or so. Of course, that number seemed small compared to the 1,000 kilometers the convoy had to travel to reach the Erebus Field siege capital. But here in the mountains, where the terrain was rough and uneven, that was enough. One could see a lot if they just climbed high enough. Naturally, trying to study the landscape from the summit of a tall mountain would have been hard for most people, considering that the whole continent was obscured by the veil of impenetrable darkness. The long night of Antarctica was still lingering and would be for several more months, but Sonny could pierce through that veil with ease. To him, that darkness was an ally. As the first shadow reached sufficiently high, he sighed and opened his eyes. Then he activated his communicator and projected the map of the area from its memory storage. So outdated. If Sonny wanted to guide the convoy through the mountains, he had a lot of tedious work to do. First, he recalled the journey to Low 49 and started to mark all the old roads that he had scouted back then on the map, as well as their condition and degree of disrepair. Some were too damaged for the civilian transports to drive on, some were comparatively fine, and some could be used, but only if there was no other option. In the process, Sonny also marked all points of interest: potential campsites, possible ambush spots, entrances to the old tunnels that could be hiding untold threats, and so on. The process was long and boring, but the result was going to allow him to plan a good route. After a while, feeling tired, Sonny glanced at the map and sighed. Its current state was satisfactory as the starting point. Then came the harder part. Relying on the 4 shadows looking at the world from high above, he started to add changes to the map. Some roads had been destroyed in the past month, some were blocked. Whole areas were buried under ice after several glaciers rolled down from the mountain peaks, and everywhere nightmare creatures prowled. Due to his credentials as an academic explorer, Sonny was not a novice to drawing maps, although they had all been that of the dream realm in the past. The more he filled in the current one, the more bleak his expression became. Things were not looking good at all. There were too few paths the convoy could take, and none of them was particularly easy or safe. The sheer number of abominations flooding the mountain range was appalling. Even though Sonny could not judge their exact numbers and power from afar, there were too many. They were like maggots swarming in dead flesh. Nevertheless, he diligently marked the larger swarms on the map, as well as the direction they seemed to be heading in and their approximate speed. After hours of arduous work, the projection in front of him looked like a piece of psychedelic art, with a chaotic net of lines and symbols of different colors covering its surface. The most prominent color, however, was red. With a sigh, Sonny leaned back and remained motionless for a while. What a disaster! It would have been much easier to slip through the hordes of nightmare creatures if he only had to worry about the rhino. The app could conquer all types of terrain and was as durable as they came. The vehicles of the convoy, however, Sonny felt as though he had gone into battle with his hands tied behind his back. Curse it all! As Sonny was pondering the optimal course of action, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor outside, and the door of the infirmary slowly opened. Behind it, Professor Obel stood, holding a plate of food in his hands. Sonny raised an eyebrow, surprised by the unexpected visit. "Professor, what brings you here?" The old man smiled. "Ah, don't mind me, Master Sunless. I just noticed that you have not gotten your portion of the food the soldiers had cooked for us, so I thought to bring you some." Sonny hesitated for a few moments. What a thoughtful old man! Something told him that the professor had not just come here to give him food. Considering how much time had passed, the old man should have been asleep. It was also strange to see him without Bait, who always followed him like a shadow. The question was, what did Professor Obel want? Chapter 911, Question of Value, Come In. The old man entered, closing the door behind him. Then he looked around, found a rusty stool and sat down, handing Sonny the plate. "Sorry, it's not much." Indeed, it wasn't. The broth the soldiers had cooked was made out of synth paste, monster meat, and spices. It was a common army dish that could be made with all kinds of ingredients, as long as there was water and basic rations at hand. This particular version looked almost edible, too. Sonny shrugged. "That's all right. I'm from the outskirts of NQSC, so I'm not a stranger to synth paste." Professor Obel nodded, then curiously studied the map Sonny had created as he ate. After a while, the old man said, "It is in moments like this that I am reminded of how potent utility aspects can be. Their wielders tend to be overlooked in favor of combat specialists, who get all the glory. But your ability is truly incredible. Someone more versed in battle would have been able to kill a few dozen more nightmare creatures, maybe even 100 or two. But with this, we will be able to sneak past thousands of them and defeat those that we do encounter with minimal losses or none at all. This map will vastly increase our chances of survival, more than any warrior would be able to." He paused for a moment and looked around. "This bunker, too. Your soldiers are a fearsome bunch, Master Sunless, but without your sight and awareness, liberating this outpost without casualties would have been a tall task even for them. You seem to be able to see everything and be in several places at the same time. I think I owe my life to that last ability of yours, actually." Remembering the bloody incident that had happened in the safe room of Low 49, Sonny swallowed a spoonful of broth and nodded. "That is a lot of compliments. Don't be mistaken, though. I am a menace in battle, too," Professor Obel chuckled. "I am just giving credit where credit is due. You might have not realized it, but you are uniquely suited to lead this convoy, Master Sunless. Still, it is a lot of responsibility, especially for a young man such as you. How are you holding up?" Sonny stared at him blankly. "I am fine, thank you. I've been through worse," the old man sighed. "I'm sure that you have." His tone seemed strangely regretful. "What is he getting at?" Sonny frowned, then asked frankly, "Professor, I am sure that this is not just a social call. What is it that you want from me?" Professor Obel remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he smiled. I guess I am really easy to read, huh? Comes with the territory, I guess. At my age, people don't have time for pretense. Yes, you are right. I wanted to talk to you about something, Master Sunless. Or rather, I have a favor to ask. He looked at Sunny with a fatherly expression, which was an entirely new experience for Sunny, and said, There is a long road ahead of us. In the future, you will have to make a lot of decisions as the leader of this convoy. Our lives are literally in your hands, Master Sunless. So, I wanted to ask you in advance. If a time ever comes when you have to decide between saving my life and that of someone else, especially my assistant Bait, that stubborn child, I want you to choose against me. Keep someone else alive and leave me behind. Sunny stared at the old man for a while, perplexed by the sudden request. With all due respect, Professor, I can't agree. My orders are to deliver you safely to a siege capital. You, and you alone, everyone else is just a bonus. They don't have the same value. Professor Obel simply shook his head. Value? You are wrong, Master Sunless. I am old and don't have much time left. It is young people like you and Bait that hold true value. I might have done a few worthy things in the past, but you are the ones who will accomplish great and amazing feats in the years to come. You will carry the flag of humanity into the future, not old fossils like me. If a species starts to cannibalize its young to prologue the lives of the old, there's no value in that, none at all. Sunny looked away. That's great, but I am not even sure if humanity has a future. The old man laughed. Oh, forgive me, young man, but I've been hearing these words for almost a century. When I was young, many people were convinced that we were all going to go extinct soon, but we didn't. Then they went around saying that if things did not change for the better, humanity would surely be doomed. Things changed for the worst, but humanity still persisted. Then the nightmare spell appeared, and it seemed like all their fears came true. And yet here we are, still kicking. Humanity is far more tenacious than you think, Master Sunless. That it was. Humans were incredibly adaptable, resourceful, and stubborn creatures. They tended to cling to life so ferociously that eradicating them was often a futile endeavor, but not always. Sunny glanced at the professor darkly. Humans that used to inhabit the dream realm were tenacious, too. Where are they now? The old man did not seem to have an answer, so he just sighed dejectedly. After a while, he asked, So, are you going to grant my wish or not? Sunny remained silent for a bit. Then he scoffed. Why do I have to choose whom to keep alive? I'll just make sure to save everyone. There's no need to decide between you and Bait, so why would I? Professor Obel looked at him with a slightly somber expression. That might be an unreasonable ambition, young man. Sunny shrugged, his expression nonchalant. This whole campaign is an unreasonable ambition. Should we just give up? The old man studied him for a while, then suddenly smiled. His smile, for some reason, seemed a bit brighter than usual. Indeed, that is also true. At that moment, Sunny glanced at the three people sleeping in the infirmary and frowned. His eyes seemed to grow a little darker. Deactivating his communicator, he looked at Professor Obel and said in a calm tone, I think it's time for you to go, Professor. I have some matters to attend to. Thanks for the food. The old man lingered for a moment, but then nodded and stood up. As soon as the door closed behind him, Sunny summoned the moonlight shard and walked over to the sleepers. It seemed that two of them were about to wake up, whether as people or nightmare creatures, though. That Sunny did not know. Chapter 912. Soul of a Man. The first infected was a young soldier from Sergian's Gear's unit. The other two were refugees, a man in his 30s and a woman who seemed enough to be Sunny's grandmother. All three were outside the usual age for a sleeper, but the soldier, at least, was young and strong. He had a higher chance of survival from what Sunny could tell. Not that anyone knew a lot about how and why people survived the first nightmare. It was a mystery why the spell had eventually settled for teenagers of about 16 to 18 years old after devastating the first generation indiscriminately. But even back then, younger people had been more likely to survive. Humans might have not known the reason, but they were very good at gathering statistics. Perhaps it had something to do with the soul. Some believed that it was hard for a soul to form a stable core after becoming set in its ways. So, a situation was possible where an older person could survive their nightmare, only to die anyway after their soul collapsed while trying to create a core. That hardly seems fair, but fairness was a human concept in the end. The spell had its own principles, which did not always coincide with what humans considered just. Currently, the soldier and the male refugee were stirring, as if on the cusp of waking up. Sonny observed them from above, holding the moonlight shard in his hand. He was strangely fascinated. To his eyes, the changes happening to the souls of the sleepers were revealed in detail. The weak, faint golden light inside them was swirling and moving, caught in the throes of a growing turmoil. Sonny had gone through the process himself many times. However, he had never seen it happening in front of him to someone else. Right now, the souls of the two humans were weak and insubstantial. They were more like an idea of something than an actual thing. They were alive and had shadows, but that was pretty much it. However, through a mysterious process, the formless state of a mundane soul was being galvanized, slowly creating a more solid shape. A soul core was not a soul. Rather, it existed within the soul, serving as both its fulcrum and nexus. At least that was how Sonny perceived it. Encompassing a core granted a lot of benefits to a soul, but it also placed a burden on it. Not every soul was powerful and vast enough to sustain one, let alone several. The proof of it was the terrible pain he went through every time his class rose. Regardless, both the soldier and the civilian seemed resilient enough for the task at hand. The faint golden light saturating their bodies grew slightly brighter, and in it, streaks of a stronger radiance appeared. These streaks flowed to their chests and swirled, slowly merging into spheres of brilliant light. The whole process seemed miraculous. As the two spheres grew fuller and more defined, the familiar shapes of two soul cores started to emerge from the brilliance. But then, there was a change. The nascent soul core of the young soldier exploded with a flood of ethereal flame, which rolled through his body as a radiant wave, rejuvenating it. The civilian, however. As Sonny watched with a bleak expression, a seed of darkness appeared in the center of the forming core. It quickly expanded, spreading like a cancerous growth. Repulsive veins of darkness spread through the dying light, consuming it. The more of the light was consumed, the faster it spread. Corruption. Sonny was almost certain that this was what he was observing, a living being succumbing to the corruption. The corruption had existed long before the nightmare spell, and although he did not know its source and purpose, he knew that it was an enemy. The enemy, perhaps. Sonny suspected that he had once come very close to becoming corrupted himself, on the second level of the Ebony Tower. The terrible rot that had eaten through Weaver's arm and forced the cunning demon to sever it. Had it not been the same thing, only in a far more pure and harrowing form? As Sonny watched, revolting tentacles of the corruption spread through the body of the man, becoming one with it. Then the body started to change. The skin turned dark and the teeth suddenly elongated, piercing through his lips. The bones cracked, rearranging themselves. Before anything else could happen, though, the narrow blade of the moonlight shard pierced the man's chest, going straight through his heart. The forming soul core, now parasitized by the corruption, was torn apart. The grotesque body convulsed and grew still, its last breath escaping as a hoarse groan. Sonny sighed and looked at the dead man with regret. After a while he whispered, "Rest well now, your nightmare is over. Find peace within me." Sonny lingered for a few moments, then glanced at the other one. Everything seemed to be going fine for the young soldier. His soul core was all but formed, as there were faint streams of weak essence coursing through his body. The body itself was being rebuilt by it, growing healthier and stronger. getting one step closer to perfection. Before too long, the convoy would welcome another sleeper. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then dragged his chair closer and sat down, dismissing the moonlight shard. Several shadowy tentacles rose from the ground and dragged the corpse of the unfortunate refugee away. Come to think of it, they were not too practical for such tasks. A simple tentacle was the easiest shape to create and demanded the least essence to maintain, but came short in terms of function and versatility. Maybe he needed to come up with a better shape. In any case, for now, all Sonny could do was wait. Suddenly, he felt very tired. By that time, the first of the shadows had already returned from its trip to the peak of a nearby mountain, so he closed his eyes and observed the infirmary through it. A minute passed by, then another. Then, a few more. Everything was quiet. Sometime later, the soldier slowly opened his eyes. A hint of consciousness returned into them, and the young man looked around in confusion. The scarcely lit room, the rusted metal walls, the three makeshift cots, one of them drenched in blood, and a pale youth sitting on a luxurious wooden chair as if on a humble throne. The youth seemed almost like a human. Was he human? His eyes were closed. Was he alive, or was he a corpse? Was he both alive and a corpse? And that moment, Sonny said, "What are you looking at?" The soldier flinched away. Then, shivering, he asked something stupid. "Am I dead?" Sonny frowned. Well, it was not surprising that the guy was confused. He had been lost in the first nightmare for several days. For all the poor fool knew, the convoy should have been still driving toward Low 49, racing to rendezvous with the Ariadne. He had slept through the meeting with the irregulars, Sonny assuming command, and the short journey to the bunker. To him, everything would appear strange and frightening. With a sigh, Sonny opened his eyes, leaned forward, and then slapped the soldier across the face. Not too hard, but just enough to feel it. As the young man yelped and grabbed his cheek, Sonny shook his head. "Would it hurt like that if you were dead? You're not lucky enough to die, fool. Welcome back to the waking world, sleeper. Whatever your name is." Chapter 913. Lucky sleeper, the devils were the only awakened in the convoy, so the newly returned sleeper had no one else to learn from. After finding out that the young soldier's aspect had to do with melee combat, Sonny sent him to Bell and told the swordsman to show him the ropes. The sleeper was in a strange position. He was not a mundane soldier anymore, but also not a true awakened. He had an aspect, an ability, and was capable of summoning memories. However, his power was barely enough to face a dormant nightmare creature, and potent memories with active enchantments were wasted on him. "Whatever. I was killing fallen devils left and right as a sleeper," Sonny sneered. Of course, no matter how much he wanted to, he could not hold everyone to the standards of the Forgotten Shore survivors. Everyone who had escaped from that hell was abnormal, and for every one of them that had, there were hundreds of those who had not. In any case, the sleeper was at least capable enough to watch over the refugees, lessening the burden on the irregulars. To make his task easier, they had bestowed a few memories to the young man. Now, he was wearing sturdy snakeskin armor and wielding Bell's spare sword. He even had an enchanted bow and a quiver of poison arrows, as well as a magical lantern and a charm that protected him from cold. If there was one thing the irregulars did not lack, it was memories of lower ranks. Pretty much every battle they fought resulted in one or two of them receiving something. Most of these memories were useless to the members of the cohort, whose equipment had been of high quality even before Sonny improved it, but they were just right for a new sleeper. There was enough to arm several more even. Come to think of it. Sonny had been mostly paying attention to the human toll that the rampant proliferation of the spell had levied, but there was another side to the epidemic devouring Antarctica as well. Before too long, there would be a lot of sleepers like that one on the continent. So many, in fact, that their numbers could potentially rival that of the evacuation army in the future. That belated realization gave him pause. Those were thoughts for the future, however. For now, he only cared about the convoy and its fate. The convoy was not going to have thousands of sleepers protecting it any time soon, but there might be enough of them to form a cohort of their own one day. Well, I better tell Belle to do a good job of mentoring that guy then. With that, he threw the thoughts about the sleeper out of his mind for now. There was a lot to do and not enough time to do it all. In the morning, Sonny sent Quentin, Samara, and Kim to take a look at the vehicles of the convoy. Each had to be inspected, serviced, and hopefully repaired well enough to make the journey to Erebus Field in one piece. At the same time, he assigned Dorn and 20 of Gyr's soldiers to explore the bunker and see if there was anything inside that could be recovered and used for their benefit. The underground complex had stood abandoned for half a century, at least, but there was a possibility that a few intact pieces of machinery remained, ready to be cannibalized to repair the vehicles. There could also be untouched caches of preserved provisions, and so on, not to mention the carcasses of nightmare creatures that needed to be dressed and dismantled. Every member of the cohort already had their cores saturated, so there was no better use for all the remaining soul shards than to feed them to the rookie sleeper. Just like that, the young soldier was going to consume hundreds of soul fragments in his very first day after returning from the nightmare. What a lucky bastard! Recalling how arduous it was for him to get even a single fragment on the forgotten shore, Sonny listened to Bate with a dim expression. She was in the process of reporting what state the refugees were in, which, if put succinctly, was not too good. Well, what else had he expected? It was already a miracle that these people were holding on to their sanity. Many of them were the most vulnerable members of humanity, too, children and elderly. The shock of watching their whole continent go up in flames right in front of them was not something one could endure without paying the price. With a sigh, Sonny summoned the covetous coffer and started unloading the precious things he had stored inside in preparation for the Antarctica campaign. Quality food, sugar, salt, spices, dried fruit, chocolate, tea, coffee, toiletries, expensive alcohol for special occasions, and much more. He had prepared a lot, thinking that this stash was going to last the cohort at least a year. There was even foldable furniture, a spacious field tent, and a few things to make leisure time between missions more enjoyable. Bate watched more and more items appear from an average-sized chest with wide eyes. Sonny, meanwhile, felt extremely bitter. The mountain of supplies was large enough to fill an entire room. Not too long ago, it seemed like a lot. But with hundreds of mouths to feed, it was barely enough to sustain the refugees for a few days. However, the supplies were not meant to sustain them. Sergeant Gyr had that covered, even if all the civilians had to eat was synth-paste broth, and all they had to drink was filtered water. Rather, Sonny's pile of treasures was supposed to achieve something different, improve their mood, even if just by a bit. Enduring the apocalypse was much more bearable if you had some toothpaste and a clean toothbrush. Although that statement seemed nonsensical and foolish, it was nevertheless somehow true. Sonny had experienced the fact himself. Here, talk to Gyr and distribute this stuff among the civilians. Tell the cooks to step up their game, too. I want the next few meals to be really tasty, until we leave the bunker at least. Bate, who was staring at a pack of cheap scented soap as if mesmerized by it, slowly nodded. Ah, yes, I will. Huh. Sonny sighed and clicked his fingers a few times, fruitlessly trying to get the young woman's attention. Damn, do I need to slap her too? Chapter 914. Moving on in the end, they stayed in the derelict bunker for 3 days. The vehicles of the convoy had turned out to be in a worse state than Sonny had thought, so it took a lot of work for Kim and Samara to get them in shape with Quentin's help. The patchwork repairs they implemented were not pretty, but at least the transports were not going to fall apart on the road, stranding dozens of refugees and bringing the convoy to a halting stop. In the freezing cold of the polar night, stopping meant death. That was without even considering the swarms of nightmare creatures prowling in the dark. The world itself was more than happy to kill them. Throughout these few days, Sonny continued to monitor the surroundings and diligently updating his map. The four shadows spent a lot of time either climbing mountains or hiding on their icy summits. He knew for a fact that shadows did not experience getting cold, and yet Sonny could not shake the feeling that the gazes they threw at him from time to time were less friendly than usual. Tough. Do as you're told and don't complain, bastards. He was not a very friendly person himself. The days spent in the bunker were strangely uneventful. There were no large hordes of nightmare creatures in close proximity to it yet, and whatever small swarms passed by were not strong enough to pose a serious threat. If they did attack, the abominations would have a hard time assaulting the underground complex. Its defensive capabilities, which Sonny and his cohort had braved themselves while clearing out the snake monsters, were now on their side. No one would find it easy to get to the civilians. Unless they were capable of burrowing through the ground, of course, like the monstrous lieutenant of the stone hive that had almost buried Sonny in solid stone. If they were, the bunker would become nothing short of a free buffet for such a nightmare creature. After thinking about that, Sonny ordered Luster to remain in the Rhino and monitor the seismic sensors like his life depended on it. But no dangerous abomination appeared. When Sonny was free, he silently patrolled the bunker, studying the refugees. These people seemed strange to him. After losing their homes, loved ones, and having the promised salvation be ripped out from their hands twice, he would have expected many to break, and some did. But very few. For most, life simply went on, especially the children. The last thing Sonny had expected to hear in the gloomy corridors of the abandoned bunker was the sound of laughter, but nevertheless there it was. Kids were playing around, watched over by the elderly. They ran around, made friends, and invented various games to chase away the boredom. One even had the gall to slam directly into him while chasing after their playmates. The boy let out a startled yelp, then looked up with wide eyes and mumbled, sorry, Uncle awakened." With that, he rubbed his forehead and dashed away, giggling. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Uncle, the nerve. Who was he calling an uncle? Kids were doing fine, but even the adults, pressed down by the burden of knowledge, showed pale smiles from time to time. They were warm, had both water and food, as well as a temporary but safe shelter. That was all it took for the human spirit to hold on, it seemed. Maybe Sonny himself had something to do with their mood, as well. The refugees decided to trust in the competence of the master who had taken charge of their survival. They surrendered their fates into his hands and, unburdened, found enough strength to believe in the future, even if only a little. Strange, so strange. I would never entrust my life to anyone. At the end of the third day, Sonny gave the command to start preparing for an immediate departure. That decision was met with a lot of turmoil, both from the civilians and the soldiers. Even his own men spoke up. "Sir, if I may." Samara gestured to the ramshackle vehicles, slight concern apparent on her usually nonchalant face. "We have done a lot, but I am not sure how well our repairs will hold. If you give us 2 more days, maybe even 1, we'll accomplish much more." Bate and Sergeant Gier were similarly in favor of postponing the departure by a few days. The people are just starting to come to their senses. A few more days of rest will do wonders for both their mood and their health. "We have a lot of old people here, you know. They require care." But Sonny was adamant. He simply shook his head. "You don't get it. We must leave now. There is a huge horde of nightmare creatures moving in from the east and another one coming down from the north. If we go now, we'll have a chance of slipping past them before they arrive. If not, we'll simply drown in abominations. Do you actually think that they won't find us underground, or that 7.5 Awakened can stop them?" Wake the hell up and start loading people into the transports. That's an order. No one could challenge his authority, and no one had any reason to. While hard to accept, his words were true, which was to be expected, considering that Sonny could not lie. He would have loved to lie and manipulate these people, but sadly, he could only manipulate them by telling the truth. Weirdly enough, he was starting to earn a reputation of a rough but fair leader as a result. Who could be more dependable than the devil, after all? After 3 days of rest for some, and backbreaking work to prepare the convoy for the journey ahead for others, the small fleet of vehicles finally left the hangar of the old bunker. The blizzard had yet to come back, so their position was instantly revealed to everyone who would bother to look. Cutting the darkness with beams of bright light and tearing the silence apart with the rumbling growls of powerful engines, the convoy moved north. Their long journey had begun. Chapter 915, Fool's Errand in the Cold Darkness. A small procession of vehicles was climbing an old and battered mountain road. The road clung precariously to the stone slope, so narrow that the wheels of the transports barely fit on its cracked surface. Looking through the windows to their right, all the refugees could see was a sheer drop. It was as though they were driving on nothing, a few centimeters away from plummeting to their deaths. From time to time, a stray rock would be pushed off the road by the wheels of the slowly moving vehicles and then fall down, ricocheting off the cliffs with startling clangor. The sound traveled far through the deep gorge, reflecting from its stone walls as it grew louder and louder. For the frightened refugees, it seemed as deafening as thunder. Their fear was only made worse by the darkness. The headlights of the transports cut wide swaths through it, but beyond that, the night was impenetrable and oppressive. The drivers were already struggling with keeping the vehicles on the narrow road, and with most of it obscured by the chilling gloom, their task seemed all but impossible. Traveling through the mountains at night was an ill-advised and perilous affair. It was a fool's errand. Who's the fool, then? Studying sensor feeds in the command suite of the Rhino, Sonny was mentally calculating the rate of their progress. No matter how he thought about it, the convoy's speed was appallingly slow. Sadly, it couldn't be helped. The powerful app was moving at the head of the column, clearing the path for the other vehicles. Its ram was lowered and once again serving to push through the snow. From time to time, the Rhino had to remove other obstacles from the road, as well as stone debris, large boulders, and massive chunks of ice that had split from the glacier at the peak of the mountain. It was doing a good job of it, for the most part. Very rarely did they stumble on something that the Rhino could not move through or push away. In these instances, the whole convoy had to come to a halt and wait for Sonny to remove the obstacle that the app could not handle safely with his own 2 hands. The Rhino was a powerful machine, but it could not compare to the might of a master. There were very few things that Sonny could not throw off the road, and even if there were, he would simply cut through them with the sin of solace. The jade blade of the beautiful giant was sharp enough to cut through granite as if it was water. Not that he enjoyed listening to its invasive whispers. In any case, each such stop made their already slow progress even slower. The darkness, the cold, the precarious nature of the old mountain roads, the rough state of the area after the recent earthquake. None of it was making Sonny's life easy, and that was just the natural side of things. Of course, there were other threats around them as well. The whole region was teeming with nightmare creatures. For now, Sonny had managed to lead the convoy past the large swarms of abominations, but it was only a question of time before they had to fight. With how much noise they were making and how much light they were producing, it was inevitable for something hungry to notice them. Some already had, of course. However, Saint had been able to kill the few solitary nightmare creatures without drawing too much attention. Sonny was using her as an outrider, so she traveled apart from the convoy to intercept any emerging threats before they could deal damage to the transports. He did not know how long her protection would last them, though. Sonny felt as though the envelope of safety around the convoy was getting smaller and smaller. At least he and his soldiers could see through the darkness. If they were as blind as the mundane soldiers protecting the convoy, Sonny would have probably gone mad by now. As it was, he remained surprisingly calm and analytical. To him, the situation was both simple and unreasonably difficult. There were two types of things at his disposal. One of them was Asset's saint and nightmare, himself, the irregulars, and the mundane soldiers. The other was dependents, the refugees, as well as Professor Obel and Bait. There were also four types of danger facing him. One was the nightmare creatures, whom he had to track through his shadows and either avoid or slay. The other was the threats from within, people succumbing to the spell or going mad, which he could mitigate through various measures. The third was the environment itself. The world could easily kill them without even needing the help of the abominations, but that could be dealt with as well. And finally, there was the fourth kind of danger, the most dire one, the unforeseen threats. That one could not be preempted, dealt with, or mitigated. Sonny's task was simply to apply his assets in the correct way in order to protect his dependents from the danger. However, even if he made all the right decisions, nothing stopped a new gate from opening right in the middle of the convoy, so there was that to think about as well. Great. And on top of it all, we're too slow. Not only was the convoy too slow to escape from an attack if need be, they were also desperately behind schedule. At that rate, the refugees would have to spend a night or two inside the transports instead of a comparatively safe campsite. Well, there's nothing I can do about that for now. If he had better vehicles, if he had more awakened, if there were more tools at his disposal, Sonny sighed. There was no point in thinking about such things. At that moment his expression slightly changed. Sonny looked to the side as if piercing the hull of the Rhino with his gaze. There, several kilometers ahead, the slopes of the gorge came together, forming a small valley with a frozen lake taking most of its surface. A swarm of nightmare creatures had just appeared from behind a tall rock protrusion and was descending toward the lake. And on the other side of the valley, still hidden from sight by the slope of the mountain, there was another swarm, this one smaller, but composed of much more powerful abominations. They were heading in the same direction. What Sonny had feared came true. The convoy could not turn back and would not be able to avoid colliding with the two swarms. A fight was inevitable. The corner of his mouth twitched. Standing up from his seat, Sonny stretched his limbs and then glanced at the irregulars with a deadpan expression. His people instantly tensed. "Summon your weapons. It's time to get some fresh air."